Brian Chambers, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. Eric, what's up? Yeah, well, I didn't just wake up, but it was. Listen, I went flying at the old, not the old field, the field that we had the Pilot Ryan event at, in the Imperial RC Club, because I'm a member of that club, and Saturday was meeting night or meeting day, 10 o'clock, and then they had a auction after that because one of the members died and he donated all of his stuff to the club. So the club had an auction to make money for the club by selling off the stuff he donated. And then I flew all day there, shot a bunch of video there, and then I drove back. They were supposed to do a night fly. I got a night fly message Saturday night at my field, and I said I was in. Everybody else said no, they couldn't do it Saturday night, but they could do it Sunday night. But I got there Saturday night just in case we're going to do it both nights. And so I got to the field about 7, spent the night at the field, flew all day Sunday night, didn't get home till about 12:30 this morning. Slept most of the day, and then and edited 2 videos and put them up. And now here I am. So been a busy 3 days for me, for sure. So Rich M, what's up? Jim P, Jim P, do I know you? You been here before? Concrete's dry, but I'm still keeping it cool. So I ran water on it all day today too. Or most of the day, just to be sure. I'm on a well. I don't pay anything for water, and just being cautious. I don't want the concrete to crack, so I don't mind watering it. So, but yeah, so yep. So busy day. Had a request again to come on live, so here I am. It was from Fred, and I don't see Fred in here yet. So guys, did you see the 2 videos I put up? The other one I just posted it before I came out here, so it's not even 10 minutes it's been up. Guy named Ryan Roberts. I think he said he's 28. I think he said. No, it's got to be older than that. Well, no, maybe not. Let's see, 16, 15, 30, 31. Maybe he's 31. I forget. But awesome flyer, man. He did such a nice flight. He asked me if I'd record one because he's never had a recorded flight before, and I said sure. So I recorded it. I just posted it, and some really good flying. Nice. He's smooth. Nice flyer. Yeah, Brian. Actually, I walked away with a few good deals. He had an E-Flight. Well, all right, I'll run down everything that he had. So there was, let's see, there was an older apprentice there. There was the E-Flight 1200 Corsair, the one with the green stripes on the wings and the nose. The brand new Otter, the twin Otter. He had one of those. It had never been flown. That was brand new. He had put it together, but he hadn't flown it. He had a... I think it was a pilot kit. Yeah, it was a pilot Hamilton. I think it was either an Edge 540 or a Extra 300. I can't remember. Brand new, never flown. Everything. He had the motor in it. I think it was it was definitely a gas motor. I don't remember what it was. All the servos were in it. Everything. It just was disassembled as far as the gear wasn't on it yet. Like I said, brand new. Had never flown. It hadn't even finished putting it together. The wings were off of it because they come off and on. And so that was there. There were two surface vehicles, a Traxxas electric something, and then there was I think a T-Max gas truck, and then a bunch of bags of servos and some glues, and there was a Spectrum smart checker and some tools. There was a screwdriver set. They had two radios. No, they had three radios. They had a new DX8, a new DX6, and an old DX9. So they had three different radios for sale. Let me think what else. Oh, a E-Flight 1200 T28. They had that was there also. What else? Oh, a brand new, still in the box, S1200 smart charger. Well, Bill, what's up? Good to see you, man. So, Jim, you've been lurking for a while. Well, that's fine. You're absolutely welcome to lurk. But thanks for saying hi. Join the conversation. We just have fun here, as you've obviously been watching. So, yeah, we're just here for fun. So I got, thanks, Eric, for asking. Thanks for asking, yeah. So I got the smart checker because I got it for 25 bucks. You know, it's normally 50. I think it's 49.95 or whatever, and it was perfect condition. I mean, it looked like it never been used. I got this multimeter, a Craftsman multimeter. This is a really nice. It looks like Fluke quality. You know, it's a really fancy, nice multimeter. I got that for 25 bucks. And then I got the Twin Otter. I got that for 150 bucks. And I got the Corsair with the green stripes for 100 bucks. So my grand total was 300 bucks for over $600 worth of stuff. So for once, I did really good. Usually I don't get, you know, I'm always a day late and a dime short for any of the, you know, good deals from whatever, you know. But this was the second time now that I've gotten into something that turned out to be pretty good. You know, I went over that guy's house and bought a couple airplanes there. And that was really good because I made out really good there. And then Saturday I bid to win, you know, the two airplanes and then a couple of things. That's all I went home with, though. There was some other stuff I bid on a little bit, but I wasn't too serious about it. You know, they bid it higher than I would want to pay for it, so I didn't, you know, didn't go any higher than that. They didn't. Listen, everybody's got an opinion. I don't, you know, the one guy that was kind of overseeing how much stuff they were getting, what price for. So he had put it out on RC groups, like the Hamilton plane, the Pilot Hamilton 3D plane. And he had gotten some feedback, but it's just feedback, you know. He didn't get any firm offers. He didn't get any money in the mail, you know. But he wanted to, you know, see if he could get more from club members, and nobody wanted to go anywhere near what they offered on RC groups. And I just told him, I says, listen, you got guys here with money in hand that you're going to blow off because you might get money from RC groups, because there ain't no guarantee there. And well, he says, we'll have to wait and see. I says, if it doesn't sell in RC groups, then I guess I can come back and let you guys know and see if you still want it. And I'm like, well, it's a big chance you're taking because all these guys are leaving, and you know, so. But I don't think, you know. Same thing with the Charger. You know, he wanted $100 for the S1200 Charger. I know it's $129 new, and this one looked new, but you got to remember, guys, there's no warranty when you buy it like this. So for 29 bucks more, you get a brand new one with a warranty for a year. And I've already been through 2 of them. So they're not the most reliable charger. So yeah, I wouldn't pay 129 bucks. I wouldn't pay $100 for it, with no warranty. No way. So I think that was a big risk that he was, but whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, the trucks didn't sell. Nobody wanted those. They wanted to sell it all as a package deal. The 2 trucks for 200 bucks, and I'm like, no. I'm not spending $200 on a Traxxas truck, and the gas one I'm not the least bit interested in. But that's that's the way they wanted to do it. George Watts, what's up? Well, you're right, Brian, and that's the other, because I was mad that you guys want us to support the club, by doing, working and donating and buying donated stuff to, help out the club. And then, you got planes sitting here that you think you can do better in RC groups, so you're going to let them get it? I mean, one hand's got to wash the other here, guys. We should get, you should just take what you get from us. Screw RC groups. No offense, but, I don't think that was the right way to handle it. We're sitting here with money in hand, offering you. I offered him $50 for the charger, and he said no. I said okay, and I think we got the pilot plane up to $400, and he said no. I would have paid him $400 for it. I wasn't going to go $6. Not that it wasn't worth it. It was way worth that for sure, but it's out of my budget. I can't spend that kind of money. Not on one airplane. I have to draw the line, and that's just where, he said he had a offer $650 or something on RC groups, and and he wasn't going to take anything less than that until he saw what he got on RC groups, and me and the other 2 guys that were bidding on it weren't interested in going that high. So that was probably the best thing there. Period. It was a beautiful, that orange paint scheme on the pilot Hamilton plane. It was a beautiful plane. But we weren't interested in going that high. And, they didn't pay anything for it. So it's 100% profit no matter what they sell it for. So now we're just getting greedy, basically. Nate! My sidekick for the night. There we go. Yeah, that's funny. I only went because Fred asked me to. I didn't jump on here because I didn't have anything better to do. I'm working on editing videos right now. But Fred contacted me and said, "Hey, nobody's going live tonight. You want to go?" And I said, "Sure, if you want me to." So here I am. And I haven't seen Fred in here yet. So, but I'm sure he'll be along momentarily. But yeah, so that was Saturday. And then Sunday at my field, we had a whole bunch of, yeah, I know, Christy, he always is, because he knows I'm a pushover. So, okay, let go of my arm. Okay, I'll do it. So it was Turbine City Sunday. We had, I think, 10 turbine jets show up. These guys came in from a field in Tampa, and they showed up, and they said, because I got to talking to them, because they loved my Tiger Cat, so they were oohing on over that, and then we were talking about the Corsairs. There's Fred. Hello. So they were talking to me about the plane, and then we both had Corsairs. They had a big Top Flight 86-incher Corsair, and I had my 1700 millimeter FMS Corsair, but they had They had the Gripen with a turbine in it. They had an Avanti with a turbine in it, the free wings. And then they had the free wing F-22 with a turbine in it with a Y pipe. Instead of like you've seen on other channels where on a twin like that, they always mount the turbine outside the fuselage between the two air ducts for the EDF. They had some special pipe made where it actually split the air coming out of the turbine and went through the factory rectangular ports on the F-22, which was awesome. And they had thrust vectoring on the Gripen. That thing, he was flipping it and flat spinning it, and oh man, he was just stunting the shit out of that thing. And then he had this gigantic, I think it might have been an Avanti. Huge plane. I mean freaking huge. The wingspan was probably 14 feet. It was a big jet. And then John brought his very similar to that big one, but a little smaller. You know, I'd say John's wingspan's probably maybe 9 foot, maybe. Somewhere around there. But so those were the two biggest jets there. But we just had turbines everywhere. It was awesome. You know, it was really cool. Yeah, you know, it might have been, maybe it was the same guys. I don't know. Yeah, but it was awesome. You know, it was cool to see an F-22 actually using the, you know, the exhaust ports for the, you know, instead of bolting the motor underneath. I loved it. Yeah, oh, George, we all love that sound. And, you know, yeah, the smell and everything. Yeah, it was awesome. You know, the big one had well, actually, I think both the big one and the Gripen had smoke on them. So he was hovering it, you know, with the smoke coming out and the whole bit. Man, it was awesome. We had a great day Sunday. A lot of people flying, and then we did the night fly that night last night. So you know, bunch of pylon racing. These guys have basically it's a flight test Versa wing that a guy builds, and then he puts that Mylar iron-on clear coat over the paper to make them stronger, and then puts a 6S motor in it and set up, and then puts lights all over it. And these things haul butt. And so it was like there were 6 of those flying around at the same time. And then there were 2 of us that had the night radian, and we were flying those around. And then I was flying the RV-8, and let's see, I flew the HSD 182, but just at dusk. I could still see the airplane, but barely. But the lights are so bright on that airplane, you're not going to lose sight of it for sure. Yeah, so last night was good. We had a lot of fun. You know, like I said, I didn't get home till 12:30 this morning. So yeah, we had a good time Sunday. It was good. So yeah, busy week. Busy. Shadow, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Hey, is Dave okay? Is everything all right over there? Cause I've sent him a couple text messages that he hasn't responded to, and you know, I just want to make sure he's all right. Oh, I do when I get chance to here and there. Not to. So here, this is funny. You guys will laugh at this. So I made room in the trailers in case I bought some airplanes, in case I got lucky enough. So I took the big ready to fly my Yak 130, the 90 millimeter Yak 130. I took it out of the trailer and I didn't have a place to put it, so I put it on the back of the couch where I watch television from, and I sleep there too. So I just had it sitting on the back of the couch there. It wasn't going to fall off or anything. It was steady there. Well, when I got home this morning, I was so tired that I literally just crawled underneath it on the couch and slept underneath the plane. Because I didn't have the energy to move it. I was so tired. I just crawled underneath it and went to sleep. And I turned the YouTube on because I was going to put my sleep music on. You know, the jet engine cabin airliner sound effect that goes on for 10 hours. I was gonna put that on, and before I could search for it, I was already asleep. So I guess I didn't need that. All right, Shadow. Just as long as he's okay. If you talk to him, tell him I'm asking about him. I'm a little worried. Bone meal Wild Bill. Bone meal. Do I want to know what the... Should I ask what we're talking about? So anyway, yeah. So and if you guys have noticed, you know, Wild Willie here. Yeah, I'm still playing with my Wild Willie. He's looking pretty good. We're almost done. Got a lot done on it in our Zoom last Friday. So a little bit more to do, but it's pretty close. We're getting there. So it's on its wheels now, and you know it's mostly put together. I got to put the front and rear bumpers on it yet. I don't know if there is a rear bumper, but the front bumper, and then I painted up all the cool stuff like the gas can, the tire cover, the nitrous bottle, the winch. Did some really cool stuff on the winch. What else? Yeah, and I have a couple more things to paint yet. You know, before final assembly, and then putting the rest of the decals on. So, but yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, it's almost done. Probably going to finish it tomorrow, to be honest with you. I'm going to work on. I got the new fan belt or the new deck belt for the lawnmower. You know, that's number 2 because I don't know what I did with number 1. It's around here somewhere. So I'm gonna fix the lawnmower tomorrow. Go cut some grass. Yeah, and then I got to make a phone call to the building place and find out when they're gonna get my building out here. When I contact, it's a weird situation. I really don't know how this works. The company I bought the building from is called EverSafe Buildings Inc. I think it's definitely EverSafe something, but the actual company that's going to put the building up is called Carports Anywhere, and I don't know if like EverSafe buys the steel, cuts it up, makes the building, puts it on a truck, and sends it to a location, and then calls Carports Anywhere and tells them, okay, our building's on the way to this location, go install it. Or if actually the whole deal is coming from Carports Anywhere and EverSafe is just an office that, you know, facilitates selling buildings for them for a percentage of the cut. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. So I got to, because when she, you know, she's obviously, Javier is the manager of EverSafe, and I've been on the phone with him a couple of times, and as soon as the permit was done, before I started forming up the concrete forms and everything, I called him and said, okay, So there's a price increase of 10%. So you want another $3,000 from me. Is that set now? We're done. That's it. That's the price. We can continue. He said yes. And I said, okay. Then, and I gave him a credit card over the phone right then. I said, bill this $3,000 to this card. And plan on, putting the building up shortly because we're going to get the pad poured immediately. And he said, okay. So, but when I talked to Carport, didn't talk, emailed, they're like, well, we got to talk about the price increase, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I didn't respond to it because I want to talk to Javier first. But Javier and I have already discussed that. So now they have to talk it out and figure out what they're going to do. I don't know who's going to be pissed at what, but it shouldn't be a problem. I already squared that all up, and I'm not paying anymore. So, and I've got it in writing in an email that we had an agreed price. So, I made them give me. I said I want a total now. I want a new total with however much you're charging me for the price of steel going up. Paul, dude, you are the man. Thank you so much. That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Hey, listen, I just put another video up. I think you're really going to enjoy it. So make sure you go watch that. It's awesome. It just went up before I went live here, so it hasn't been up, what, 30 minutes maybe. So go watch it. It's some really good flying. This kid's good. I was impressed. He's smooth. He's really, really smooth. That's the kind of 3D flying I like, is when they're that herky-jerky crap I'm not into. Yeah, this guy's smooth. I really like it. So all of you go watch that when you get a minute. It's a really good video. So yeah, so that's all that's been going on. I think that pretty much. I did, and it's probably, if any of you are interested, Flight Test has a sale going on right now for Labor Day, and they have a couple of planes that they're exclusives theirs, and one of them was the the Trent Palmer Kit Fox, and the other one was that Grumman Goose or whatever it is. It's a twin, it's a 1200 millimeter all foam, plug and play. It comes with landing gear you can put on it for ground ops, and then if you could just take the gear off. And it's, it's a it's a, what do they call it? Amphibious. So it's, a water plane. And it was on sale for $199. Now, what plug and play airplane can you buy these days for $199, right? So I'm like, crap. I really like the plane too. I like the color scheme on it. It's good looking, so I bought it. So I did order that today. Just because I happened to stumble onto it being on sale, and I wasn't going to pass it up. I've been wanting that plane for a long time. I didn't get a Freedom Fox, the Trent Palmer plane, and I don't think it's coming back. I think, honestly, that was such a flop that, because they had a lot of complaints about the landing gear and stuff, and I think they just gave up on it. I don't think they're ordering anymore. Maybe we're just on a holding pattern still because of COVID, but so I didn't want to lose this one because I really wanted this plane. So I wasn't going to wait any longer. I pulled the trigger. It was only $199, and for a twin engine plug and play airplane, these days that's a really good deal. 1200 millimeter twin engine. Plug and play airplane for $199 was a pretty good deal. So I pulled the trigger. So anyway, so that kind of get you up to date at my end. I can't think of anything else really going on exciting over here at the moment. Got a few projects going on. I got some more. I got two more. I put a video up for. I know some of you saw it. I've been reading your comments. Thank you. I love the comments, guys. The 5 landing challenge. You know, I put up. I did three of them. I did the F7F, which is the video I already put up, and then I did it again with my F4 Phantom from you know, the E-Flight F4 Phantom, the 80 millimeter. So I did it again with that one, which came out. I mean, the landings were perfect, just like the F7F. I mean, greasers, all of them. So I haven't put that one up yet, but that's another one that's in the can. I could probably upload. And then the third one was I did it again with the RV8. Was it the RV8? Yeah, yeah. I did the five landing challenge with the RV8, and so yeah, that's so I have 2 more videos to edit up and put up. If I, you know, I'm gonna get Jeff's opinion. I want to hear from Jeff. So I'll talk to him first and see what he says about me putting up 3 videos. No, Eric. As a matter of fact, the green stripes on it are the main reason I wanted a second one. I really love that. You know, I bought the plane. I already have it. I bought another one just to have. You know, this one was in really good shape. If he flew it, he didn't fly it very much. But I think it sat around, not in direct sunlight, but in sunlight, because the green is faded. It's not that real, like, foresty green vibrant. It's really faded. So I'm thinking that it's been in some place, you know, very lit. Maybe it was in a back bedroom where the windows didn't have, you know, drapes or shades, and you know the light got in the room and bounced around, and it, you know, it didn't gator it. It doesn't have any gatoring on it, but it is all faded. So I probably will repaint it the same color, you know, doll it up, make it, because I wanted one just to hang up in the new garage. You know, I've still got mine to fly that's got some hanger rash on it, and this one doesn't have any hanger rash on it. Well, it has a little bit, but so I figured I could dial this one up and hang it up. So that's why I wanted that. And the Otter's brand new. There's nothing wrong with the Otter. Well, the top of the counterbalance on the rudder had a little crack in it at the very top, and you know, a tiny bit of little glue, and it disappeared. You can't even see that it was ever broken. And that was the only thing wrong with the Otter. Got the floats with it and everything. So, and I've flown that plane. I hadn't bought one yet, but I'd flown it. It flies really good. It's a good airplane. So, you know, so for $150, I was like, because both those planes I think retail for $270, you know, $269. I know the Corsair does. I'm not sure about the Otter, but I'm pretty sure it's right in that same price range. So, so yeah, I was real happy to get both those airplanes. And now that I'm getting the flight test, Grumman, whatever that thing is, they don't call it the Goose at flight test. It's a different one. It's just like a Goose, you know. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. You know, it's very similar looking to the Albatross. You remember the Albatross that Hobby King used to sell, and they don't sell it anymore? I don't know if they're bringing it. You know, they've taken all their planes off the website now. They have hardly anything left now. And I never could get the Labor Day 21 code to work. I tried it again today, and it didn't work. So I don't know what the whole hoopla with their Labor Day sale was, because I put a bunch of different things in the cart and tried to use that coupon code and it didn't work. Did any of you guys get it to work? Anybody buy anything from Hobby King? Tower had Surface stuff on sale, and all their Surface stuff is too expensive. So I didn't buy any of that. I just can't. Hey, 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 hey! Did you see the wasp just fly through here? Here, there he is. We'll try it out. Let's see. Damn it, I didn't have it on. I hit him, but I didn't have it on, so it didn't go zap. Damn it. Where'd he go? Now he's going to be pissed off. He's going to come after me now. I pissed him off. Great. That's good news. So Shadow, you saw a midget or you saw a midget stripper? Let's make sure we're clear here. Wreckham Roy, what's up? I'm just going back through. I've been babbling too much. I'm going back through to see what I missed. So the concrete, it's fine. I mean, it's not perfect. It's not as good as the other half. It's close enough. It's a garage. It's just like I was saying. It was so nice to see. When the boss man was there, how much time they were really taking to do everything perfect. When they were screeting it, they were, taking their time slowly. They were, shuffling it as they were moving it, and and then they kept throwing, they back off, throw some more concrete there, and they'd spread it again, and they were really, really being careful about it. And then the guy had the big float, the big wand float and he did the floating 5 times. He kept going back over there and started the back, and he floated all before they got the power float out. He was using the regular float, and then Friday when they were here without the boss, the screet was just a quick once kind of flicker, so it put a smooth finish on it, kind of, but it didn't push the concrete out because the concrete is like jelly, or jello, and it kind of wiggles. If you just kind of move it, it'll come right back. You got to hold it, and you got to push it, and they were just going so fast that. So when I watered it, you could see the high spots. There's a hump here and a hump there. They're very, very minor, guys. I mean, we're talking probably, in reality, about a 32nd of an inch, maybe. Because the water is just skim coated on the top, and you can see the concrete peeking over that skim coat of water. So, but it's just. And then there's a couple low spots where water will puddle, and so yeah, it's just it's a little aggravating to see that the guys weren't taking as much time as they did when And then spending 2 hours getting the concrete truck unstuck wasn't very helpful either. That screwed everything up, you know. So yeah, I'm hoping everything's going to be okay. I think Wild Bill was the one that said something about the concrete being too thin could be a problem, and yeah, it could be. And I asked the guy, and he said no, it'll be fine. But I'm sure I'll be talking to Ken probably tomorrow. He'll probably show up here tomorrow to look over everything and then talk to me about the clusterfuck. And I'm sure he's going to apologize profusely, but at the end of the day, it's not going to help and it's not going to fix anything. So, um, if he wants to give me some money off, that would be helpful. But so we'll see. Yeah, Paul, I thank you, man. I read your comment. You comparing me to that guy is, thank you. I mean, really, wow, thank you. Yeah, yeah. I mean, trying to teach you guys. Listen, and I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just sharing my knowledge, guys. 48 years of flying these things. I think I learned a thing or two. And flying a plane to the ground is how you get those beautiful landings where you don't break landing gear or break planes or whatever. You just get those greaser landings every time. And so I made that video a month ago, and then I didn't. Hey, there he is. Come back over here, you little fart! You come here. Come here. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, come on. He's just hovering right here above the television. We're gonna get a big crack out of him when he's gonna come over here. Come on. Come on. These wasps have F-18 landing gear. Their legs are all strung straight out. Like the F-18 when just before it lands. That's what his legs look just like that. So anyway, so I made that video, and then after Jeff said something, I put it up. I hadn't even put it up yet. It was probably 2 weeks old when I finally put it up. And then when he came up with this challenge, I thought, well, what better way to, I picked airplanes that would be harder to land than the easy stuff, and just to demonstrate again how to fly it to the ground to get those good landings. And I hope you guys saw that. I hope it's helping. I'm really trying to help you guys. I don't think I've got any other motive behind me than to help you guys, because that's what I'm here for. If I won the lottery, guys, I would literally drive all over the country to come fly with every one of you. And if you wanted some help flying, I could fly with you for nothing, with you just for fun, or I could teach you, whatever you want. But I'd love to do that. I'd love to just come around and fly with all of you. So if I ever win the lottery, you're going to be seeing me. Whether you want to or not. Because I'm coming. So... well, all right. I won't swing it around. Just come fly into it. It'll give you that hi. How are you? Your worst nightmare, Christy. I'm trying, Keith. I'm doing everything I can to wear it out. Yeah, I know, Christy. I'm worried he's going to get me. Hey, for sure. Eric's got to go back to work. Oh my God. Yeah, no, Brian, I am so far away from the 1 million watch hours. Yeah, that's not even on the boards yet. You know, that's so far away. It's ridiculous. Um, yeah, well, Bill, and and I know that because when I was working for Bayonet Plumbing, um, I was driving to these construction sites every day, delivering, the air conditioning part of it. But I got to see everybody working, and how, they're tearing up all the ground everywhere with these big trucks going in and out, and and that's what they did here, and so yeah, none of this is a surprise, uh, but it was just, um, I was so impressed with the guys Tuesday, and then Friday I was pretty disappointed, that things changed that much, and then and the last guy driving out Friday, he says, hey, what are you gonna do about all the ruts, that are where the truck got stuck? I said, well, to be honest with you, I'm heading out there right now with a shovel to fix it. And he said, well, let me see if maybe there's something I can do. So I don't know if he's calling somebody with a skid steer or something to come out here and give me a hand flattening it. I did flatten it enough. There's still a lot more to do, but I got it enough that I could drive my car over it so I could get out, because as bad as it was tore up, the way my property's set up right now, I pull in through my front gate here. So I've got a gate that comes straight into the property, and then the one that goes over to where the building's going is a side chute that goes off that way to the building, to the new garage. But when I come in here, I go around the corner toward my barn, and then I can circle the carport right here and go around the back of the carport, around the back of this, and straight behind back of the new building, and around there to go back out. So my car with the trailer hooked to it comes in here and parks there, and then I just circle all the way around the building and out. And coming around the building up front, I wouldn't have been able to get out. I would have got stuck in the ruts that they had done. So I got a shovel and I moved a bunch of dirt with the shovel, and then I grabbed my lawnmower and put a grate on the back of it, a steel, basically fence, and threw it on the ground with some bricks on it, and I drug it back and forth for about an hour to keep cutting off the tops of the high spots, and it would roll into the lower spots to try to smooth it out some. And then I spent another 30 minutes with the station wagon just driving over it to pack it all back down. And when I could get the wagon through here with just some easy kind of rolling and not crashing into the ruts, I quit. I said, that's good enough. I can get out. And then, Saturday morning I left very early to go to the other flying field because it's 2 hours away. So, Mr. Ryan, what's up? How are you, sir? I caught a glimpse of your premiere. I had no idea you were doing that. Sorry, didn't know that. But the orange, I don't know what is that thing? That's something different. I love orange. You keep bringing out these surface vehicles in orange. You're killing me. Damn. So what was that one? I didn't read the text or the title. It was I've been busy. Mr. Hill, John, how are you this evening, man? It's not even morning yet. You're way early. How you doing? A Traxxas Bronco. Oh, a 21 Bronco. Oh, no kidding. Really? I haven't seen a 21 Bronco. I'll have to go back and look at that closely then. I don't know what a 21 Bronco looks like. I know what a 70s Bronco looks like, but I don't know what the 2021 Bronco looks like. So I'll have to check that out. Yep, yep. And of course, Kenny's orange, And so, it's just I mean, purple's my favorite color, but orange and yellow are my next two. Um, Especially on cars and airplanes. Any car or airplane it's in yellow or orange, I'm in. I love that color on cars and airplanes. Orange and yellow are awesome, and purple. But so yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna watch your video. Yeah, I watch all your videos, Ryan. Yeah, a buddy of mine had I think it was an 80 or an 81, I don't know. But one of the guys I went to school with in high school had a Bronco. And so I was very familiar with that style Bronco. I heard about the new one coming out. I had no idea what it was going to look like. It's long. I saw that. I mean, God, it's big. It's not short and stubby like the old Bronco. So... See, Christy, you and I are meant to be together. Purple and orange are my colors. That's hilarious. Come on, Brian. So let's see what else happened at the field yesterday. It was with all those turbines there, man. It was crazy. I'm trying to think if anything else cool and interesting happened. There was so much going on, man. It was just really pretty busy. No, I guess not. The big news was the turbines. Um, yeah, not after Labor Day. Yeah, you can't drive white after Labor Day. So who started that? What the hell does that even mean? Why can't you wear white after Labor? What the hell did that come from? What does that mean? I don't get it. But that's funny. Yeah, so all you guys with white vehicles, you got to put them away for the rest of the year. Oh, crap, I have a white wagon. That crap, I can't drive it anymore. Shit. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself, Dennis. What kind of stupid rule is that? Yeah, you can't wear white after Labor Day. Where did that... Did Hillary Clinton think that up? Because, I mean, she's the queen of stupidity, so... was that her idea? I don't know. I just... holy crap. Oh yeah, we talk about always dirty. My God, my mom used to laugh at me. She says, "You'd get dirty by the time you got out of the bathtub. You would already be dirty." She was just laugh. She says, "And I don't know how you do it. I don't know what you get into, but You know, when I was bathing you, by the time I dried you off, you were already dirty again. I don't know. No, Mike, it's not, but it's close. So, um, so all the running gear's in and done. The chassis finished. Steering servo is in, which, by the way, you have to put it in before you put the chassis together because it's like buried in there. So if you break it, it's going to be a lot of work to get it back out. You're going to have to split the whole thing open again. The suspension's in. So yeah, it's basically, I didn't hook up the steering yet, only because I have to power up the servo and center it. So I still have to power up the servo and center it. And then that's done. I've got the height of the body set where I want it. Because you can put it anywhere you want. Chris, you can put it all the way up to here. You can't really go any lower because it'll hit the frame here. But if I cut this out here, the center console, it would go at least another ½ an inch lower. Make a lowrider out of it. For, you know, a monster lowrider. But yeah, I could do that if I wanted to go lower. But that's pretty much, I can't go any lower than that. Now the suspension will go all the way down to, yeah, down to there. So it's got a lot of suspension in it. But yeah, so I got to put the front bumper on it, and the headlights those got to be glued on. They're right here. So I have to glue those on. You know, I got to do a little more paint work, just some fine paint work here and there, and then glue them on. I got to put the winch on the front bumper, and then I got to put the gas can and the tire cover and the nitrous bottle, and then I still have to build the driver and paint him. So, but yeah, we're close. You know, I didn't do anything today. I slept today and did a lot of video editing. That's all I've done all day. I ain't done nothing but that because I just was too damn tired. I wore myself out over these last 2 days. So can't drive in the snow. Oh, forgot Florida. Yeah, we rarely get snow. I'm not going to say never because it has happened, but you know, that was back in the 60s. I think we got snow. Yeah, Dennis, and you noticed that. Good for you. You get a gold star. You're the only one that noticed that the wheels are on backwards. Well done, sir. It was a test. Dennis won. Monty, tell him what he's won. You won a new car. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention when I put them on because we were in Zoom and I was having too much fun in Zoom and I didn't pay any attention and I was putting them on backwards. I just wanted to get them on. So after I put them on, I started laughing at myself like, nice going, dummy. So, but yeah, you're the only one that noticed. So good job. Yeah. Fred. So yeah, that's so I'm gonna hurry up and get this one done so I can start on my Audi. I want to get the Audi Quattro done next. Just to get these surface vehicles done and out of the way, because I don't have any room or ambition right now to fix airplanes. Although I had to fix the Corsair again. The burnt out another main gear door servo. This is the one that opens and closes the door. The one side of the two doors was installed wrong at the factory. They made the, I think they made the rod too long. When the servo rotates, it pushes the doors open. You would think it pulls them, but it actually pushes them. The linkage goes backwards because it's on the opposite side of the, so it no, it pushes them closed and pulls them open instead of pushing them open and pulling them closed. It's opposite. And they had the one bound up, and I didn't catch it. So if the doors are open and the plane's left on too long, the motor burns up in the servo because it overheats. So the first one from the factory burnt up. So then I replaced it with the one I had laying around here, and I didn't check it either. I just assumed it was, the set right, and it was working when I tested it, but burnt that servo up too. And then I finally figured out, I'll bet I know what's wrong, and I was right. They were just out of adjustment. So I readjusted these, and now the new servo's working fine, and the door's working again, and everything's fine on that. So, like I said, I've been doing a lot of this little piddly work out at the flying field because I have no room to do it here. So it's so much nicer to go out under the tree, put my canopy up, and then work underneath the canopy doing whatever I'm doing. All this silly little crap that I'm fixing on these airplanes. I had to re-glue the elevator on the B-25. Something fell on it. I forget what. It didn't break anything. It just, the little pin hinges that were in there were glued in with, like, not even a drop of glue, and they popped right out. So I re-glued them in. No damage whatsoever. Just they came out. I had to glue them back in. So that was another simple mix up some glue and put them on. And okay, done. That's fixed. Change out the servo. Okay, that's fixed. This piddly little crap. But I just don't have any room here to do it. I mean, there's no room in here for the big airplanes, and that's what I'm working on now. So there's no room in the house. I could do it out in the yard, but it's hot here. I don't, working on blacktop, my driveway. I could go out in the middle of my field, I guess, and do it out there, but if I go to the flying field, then while the glue's drying, I go fly an airplane. So it just works out better to just take the project to the flying field and fix it there. You're going to the man cave with your coffee, John says. I thought your whole place was the man cave. You re-engineered the racks in your planes in your storage unit. Well, that's a good idea, Fred, except you need to just build a garage so you don't have to pay rent on a storage container or a storage unit. You can have that stuff at home. That's why I built a garage. I didn't want to store shit in a storage container or a storage unit, So, yeah. What did you buy, Dana? I had $500 in my cart. It still wouldn't let me use the Labor Day 21 code. It says not a valid code. Didn't say I didn't qualify, like the code was good, but you got to put more in your cart, or the products I had in the cart. It just says it's not a valid code. Been trying to use it for 5 days now, and I even had Airvex check it, and he couldn't get it to work either. So did you get it to work? Did you buy anything from Hobby King? Because I couldn't get it to work. I was going to buy the, well, I had two of them in my cart. Two of the Lancaster bombers. That was $300 and some odd dollars. And I put the Labor Day 21 code in, and it was not a valid code. So what is the Lancaster too new? What do I got to buy? Their old stock that they're trying to keep from putting in the dumpster? Is that the only thing the code works on? What the hell? I don't know. I couldn't get it to work. I just tried it again. I thought, well, maybe it had to be on Labor Day. So here's Labor Day. Let me try it again. No, still doesn't work. So I don't know what to tell you. I couldn't get it to work. I'm going to try it again right now. I'm going to do it one more time just for shits and giggles. I think it's hilarious that all the people in our little group here, nobody's bought anything from Hobby King. What does that say? Yeah. So let's do that. I'm going to put two Tundras in there. What the hell? Let's see if it'll take that. That's not a new airplane. That's been around for years. So let's see if it'll take that. Because it hasn't liked anything else I put in there. Yeah, it's midnight. I don't know if the code will work now because we're past midnight. Hobby King's website's been super clunky. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, yeah, let's try that. Let me do that. Hey, we got one. Hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. Well, go ahead, Dana. Give it a shot. See if you can get the code to work. You won't have to press the buy button. Just put it in the cart and then hit the button that says you have a code, and then put your code in and see if it works. You can take it out of your cart after you do that. You're not going to buy it. You just want to see the code actually work. You ain't got no tracks, ass link. Sorry, Dave. I had to throw that in there. That was a good-looking car. I agree, but I'm not paying $350 for it. Sorry, but yeah, that's a good-looking car. I really like it, but I'm not paying $350 for it. All right, here we go. Let me take that out of the cart. Oh my God. Please wait. Please wait. Please wait. Yes, I'm sure. Please wait. Sorry, guys, can't see the chat at the moment because I'm fighting with the shopping cart at Hobby King. So, two people sent me that Labor Day 21 code, and neither one of them, and I didn't see it either, said anything about it had to be old product, wouldn't work on new product, it had to be over $200. I didn't see any of that. I don't. If it said that, they're hiding it because I didn't see it. Neither did they. I'm assuming because they didn't tell me. I mean, one of them said, "Hey, I know you want that twin the new twin, here's a Labor Day code. You get 15% off. So he thought he could use it on something new. So, um, and then I had the twin in my cart, and I estimate shipping. It went $382 to ship it from China. The twin, because they're out of stock, right? They're on back order. So I put it in my cart and tried to get a calculation, and it said it was $382 from China. Like, I don't think so. That was just the shipping, $382. So yeah, I said no, I don't think I want. I don't want the plane that bad. So I don't know what's going on. I cannot figure out what Hobby King is. I've been doing this for quite a while. This goofy stuff. It says clearly on the website that anything over, I think it's $200. Is it $200 or 100? I don't know. But there's a free shipping on orders over this. So I was trying to order that FW190, which was way over the minimum, and it said warehouse. First time I did it said warehouse pickup only. So they wouldn't ship it. Then it said they would ship it, but it was like $80 some to ship it. And I'm like, I thought I got free shipping. Where is this coming from? Why am I getting this I got to pay for shipping crap? So I never got the plane because I couldn't get it for the discounted price without paying an arm and a leg for shipping. It's cheaper to buy at regular price, and then they don't charge you for the shipping. Because after the sale went off, I went and tried it again at full price. I didn't have to pay for shipping. Like, what game are they playing here? Honestly, this is crazy. Okay, so now I've clicked the button to put the code in, but it's not opening the window where I can type my code in. So now it won't even let me put the code in. So I don't know what's going on at Hobby King. This is, it's enough to make me not want to buy it. It's that simple. No, Dave, that's not. This was this baby right here, buddy. This was $85 ready to run, battery and everything. $85. All right, so $350 is not cheap. This is cheap, and this is. I bought 2 of these. This is nice. It's not a rocket ship. I don't think it goes 30 miles an hour. It might. It don't go any faster than that. But yeah, that's about how much money I want to spend on a surface vehicle right now. I just have no desire to spend any real money on a surface vehicle. So yeah, I'm not paying $350 for that Corvette for sure. I'd rather buy that drift car that Bitco's selling. That thing's sweet looking, and it ain't $350. Trying to get caught up here. Atta boy, John. You got room to hang some more, do you? That's awesome. Way to go there. That's great. Yeah, exactly, Dennis. The way he's talking about modifying that thing, it's going to be $1,000 car by the time he's done with it. And the first time he hits something at 90 miles an hour, it's going to disintegrate. So, yeah, Dana, that's a good one too. Yeah, they put a brushed motor in a Corvette. Like, what were they thinking? Mika, that's good. So you're the second one to notice it. Good job. It was a test. You passed. Good for you. Yeah, the tires are on backwards. Yep. Dennis caught it. Nobody else said a word. Nobody else noticed. You and Dennis are the only ones that noticed that the tires are on backwards. So you're gonna try not to hit anything. Well, stay away from anything orange, Dave. Tip of the day. You know, safety cones, fencing, anything orange. Stay away from that. That's not a that's not a waving bull flag that you're supposed to charge at. That's warning you, stay away. Orange. Stay away from this. John, you leaving me? All right, buddy. Have a great night. All right, so I'm caught back up in the chat, and I'm gonna go away again because I'm gonna go fight with this stupid cart at Hobby King again. Yeah, now it's not gonna let me put the code in. Oh, this website's been driving me nuts for 5 days. For 5 days, I've been fighting with this website. I hate to say it, but I think Hobby King lost a sale over it because, if I'd have known that I had to spend at least $200, I think Dana said, or if I knew I could only buy old stuff, or I might have bought a couple of planes, but now it won't even let me do anything. It's just being stupid. It won't let me. Okay, so the shipping's free on the two Tundras, so that's good news. Um, so that part worked. Okay, so let's go back up here to this and try it one more time. Okay, now it gave me the place to put the code in. So let's try it again. Labor Day. Now I got $359 in the cart. So Labor Day 21. I hit the apply button. Let's see what happens. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. Okay, now it took it. Finally. So apparently, I'm assuming that the Lancaster's too new. Christ, that plane's been up for a year, hasn't it? So it finally took the code. That's amazing. All this time I couldn't, and everybody I asked to try it, they couldn't get it to work either. So it wasn't just me. Nobody could get the code to work. Oh. So anyway, all right. So now I verified that the code still works. If any of you guys want to go buy something old at Hobby King, I guess it's got to be old. It can't be new. So if there's an old, ready to be discontinued airplane over at Hobby King that you've always wanted, now's the time to get it. Maybe you'll get lucky. So that saved me $54 on 2 Tundras. And I even picked the silver and green one just because I don't want that color, but I picked it because it's old. So in case that mattered, I wanted to make sure. Because I'm not buying anything. I just wanted to see if it worked. So it finally worked. Yeah, Brian, I know that, but it's still working because the time, I don't know what time they're going with. Hawaii time? California time? Because it's not, it's still Friday. I'm sorry. It's still Monday in California. So I just used the code and it worked. So if you wanted to buy something right now, it'll work. But it's got to be, I guess it's got to be something old, you know. I thought the Lancaster was old enough to work, but apparently not. All right, Brian, you're number 3 that caught it. That the tires are on backwards. So good job. You're only the 3rd person that figured that out. That the tires are on backwards. So good job. It was a test. You passed. Yes, it's 9:20 out where Victor lives. So the sale's still on right now. It probably really won't go off till tomorrow morning. Because there won't be anybody to shut it off until tomorrow morning. So, and actually, I've seen Hobby King over the years let them and Banana Hobbies both used to let their sale end date extend a couple of days. They just leave it up and let it still go in case anybody's making a last minute decision. So I don't know if they're still doing that, but as of right now, the code still works. So, oh God, Tim, you are not kidding, man. Their website sucks. Oh my God, does it suck? Yeah. So, well, obviously you haven't bought too much from Hobby King, Dave, because if you wouldn't even ask that question, you'd know that they need a new IT team for sure. you know, you would definitely know that. So I know Hobby King and Banana Hobby are your 2 favorite places to shop. So, You'd rather buy from Banggood. Yeah, that's funny. Alan, how you doing tonight? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Matt. See, if the garage was up, yeah, the B-17 might be on its way here. Honestly, um, I don't have any place to put these airplanes. I mean, I am literally out of room. I Now I'm storing them in the wagon because I don't drive the wagon anymore. So I got the windows cracked and I got airplanes in the wagon because I got no place else to put them. So yeah, I'm really out of space here. All right, so let's see. So Brian, you had an order in at Hobby King worth $50 worth of parts, and you never got it. But then you got an extra 330 sent to you instead. Did I read that right? Is that correct? You got a free airplane for your $50 order of parts you never got? Were those parts for that airplane or for a different plane? Yeah, this cart will just not work. Now we got the ring of death going on. So we'll let that go. What plane are you talking about, Dave, that needs nitro, 40 bucks worth of nitro every time you put it in the air? Oh yeah, with four big ass. Yeah, yeah, right, Dave. That's exactly what I need. Yeah, yeah. Let me do that. That's what I want. Now I know my budget, and 40 bucks a, you know, hell, even 40 bucks a day to get in four flights. Let's say it's 10 bucks a flight. That's too much. I'm not going to do that. That's just ludicrous for me anyway. I know some of you guys are okay with that, but it's not in my budget. How you doing, Alan? You doing all right? We got a couple of buses, a couple of Dracos, maybe, I don't know, and then a new what's that new jet? I like the little emojis. Those are good. Um, hey, we got one. Yeah, battery power I can afford. I know battery packs are expensive, but mine usually last me at least 4 years. So, when you break that down per flight, it's pennies. So that I can afford. Shopping cart. Wait. Please wait. Shopping cart. Please wait. Like today, McFly. Today. Shopping cart. Wait. Yes, I'll wait. I only have the rest of my life here. I'll wait. Whatever you want to do. No, Jonah, they have free shipping. The order I have in the cart right now is free shipping. The two Tundra, yeah, two Tundras in my cart. It was FedEx too, free shipping from FedEx. So, yeah, they still have free. Of course, they make it up as they go. They don't have free shipping on everything. So, just like this coupon code, the Labor Day 21 only works on certain airplanes. Of course, they didn't tell you that. You don't find that out until you try to buy one, and then it doesn't work. Oh, I guess that particular airplane's not in the buy list. I guess Well, why don't you give me a list of what I can pick that you do honor the discount code for? Because that'd be nice. Yeah, for 2 years I've been trying to buy the FW190. That one that Dave's RC has. Been trying to buy that, and every time it goes on sale, I put it in my cart, I try to buy it, and it says I got to pay $80 shipping. Well, the discount was only like $32, so $80 shipping is not a deal. So I pass, right? And then I checked it the next time it went off sale, and it was back at full price, which is close to, I think, $400. But it was free shipping again. So I'm like, okay. So I waited until it went on sale again, put it back in my cart. This time it says warehouse pickup only. Really? So now they won't even ship it. Not even an option to ship it. Not even if I pay for it, right? I mean, there's no option to ship it. It's warehouse pickup only, is what it said. On just that one airplane. I've been trying all different airplanes, different things, and that one airplane was the only one that was giving me the hassle. The plane I want, but yeah. So yeah. So then now it's just either discontinued or they just can't get any right now because of COVID, and so it's off the web page. Anything they don't have, they take off the web page. I'm surprised they didn't take the new King twin off, because they don't have any of those. It says back order, which I haven't been able to find anything on back order. If they don't have it, it's no longer on the web page. You can't find out of stock back order stuff online because they're gone. Like, they're not going to carry them anymore. But they don't tell you that either, so I don't know. Are they carrying it? Are they not carrying it? Who knows? I don't know. I can tell you it's pretty aggravating to try to figure it out. I hear you, Alan. The heat's, hell, even just flying airplanes in this heat was, yesterday I took 2 naps at the field yesterday. I did a bunch of flying, and then I took a nap, and then I did some more flying and took another nap. And then it was getting dark enough to start getting the night flyers ready, and I took the HSD 182 up for a flight while I still had just enough light to see it. and landed that one, and then I put everything away that wasn't a night flyer and had my night flyers out and did that till I think about 11. No, it was only about 10, I guess. And then I put everything away, and it was quarter after 11 when I finally, I think, got on the road at 11:30 and got home about 12:15, 12:30, something like that. So, yeah. Busy day yesterday. Yeah, exactly, Alan. That would be perfect. I should just run out to Oregon. Are there any? Why on earth did they pick Oregon? Were the taxes like really, really cheap there, and that's why they bought a warehouse in Oregon? Because I mean, honestly, does anything come out of Oregon? I've never seen a label on anything I've ever bought in my life that said manufactured in Oregon or shipped from Oregon, or I mean, never. So, and all of a sudden Hobby King's got a warehouse in Oregon, and I'm like, okay, why? Oh, get the hell out of here. So that went back in stock right after the code probably doesn't work anymore. So you couldn't use the code to buy the new twin. Roy, you just got that email right now? Seriously? Because I was just on the website and I clicked on it to try to order it to see if it was still going to charge me $300 shipping. And it was still on back order. So are you telling me you just got an email just now that said that it's back in stock? That's unbelievable. And we have the spinning wheel of death going on over here at Hobby King. So we'll just get out of here. To hell with them. And let's see. Yeah, Brian, that's awesome. Now, if that was an accident, then yeah, I would say, it's typical Hobby King, the idiots. But they did it on purpose to make the customer happy. Then kudos to Hobby King for finally, coming around to the correct side, because their customer service there has never been job one. They don't give a crap. They've never heard that expression. The customer's always right. They have no idea where that came from. Or that's like us wondering how come I can't wear white after Labor Day. They have no idea what the hell, you know, the customer's always right means. So, because the customer's always wrong at Hobby King. They never do anything. Well, they haven't. Maybe they're getting better. But in the past, they've never done anything for the customer except piss them off. They do that real well. Whoever's in charge of the pissed off department, they're doing a bang up job. Do you recommend the Micro Tundra? They have it in Oz. Really? In Oz? If I click my heels 3 times, can I go pick it up at the warehouse? in the land of Oz. Good for you, Mike. Man, I'm really happy that that plane's working out for you. I really am. I'm so tired of hearing all these people complain about Draco. Um, I've watched the videos. The plane's not the problem. So it's good to hear somebody that can fly knows it's not the problem. So, yeah. I would love to know how many Dracos have been canceled through all this horse shit with the Draco. I would absolutely love to know how many thousands of Dracos got canceled because they couldn't deliver it. So the Hobby King site, it doesn't work at all right now. It's down. I'm just getting that stupid spinny little wheel. It won't do anything. Yep, that's what I read, Brian. So Roy's getting emails that says it's back in stock. We're on the webpage looking at it. It says back order, next order November. Yeah. Oh my God. So Dave, let's get back to talking about the IT department at Hobby King and how wonderful they are. They've really got their shit together, I gotta tell you. You know, they're sending out emails for product they ain't not gonna get till November. They got it in stock now. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. See, you ordered a bind and fly, Roy. I'm waiting on two plug and plays. I would have never seen them because they're going to continue to fill the bind and fly orders first. So the plug and play orders are going to the back of the bus. So I would have never saw that airplane, not in the next 2 years. That's why I canceled it. I can go to Hobby Shop right now and buy one. There's hobby shops everywhere that have them on the shelf. So if I want a Draco, I can go buy one right now. So, there's plenty of them around. See, I think that whole shipment that came in September or August, it was promised in August. I think every one of those planes went to the hobby shops. So, yeah, so Mike says they're not doing plug and plays. So even though they still showed on the website on back order, just like the bind and fly. But yeah, I pretty much figured out or found out after the fact that they're going to fill all the bind and fly orders first. So my two plug and plays I would have never saw. So that's why I canceled the orders because I knew if I wanted it bad enough, I could just go to a hobby shop locally and get one. So Maybe I'll write a letter to Mike Patey and tell him all my frustration trying to get one. Maybe he'll send me one. I'll bet he's got a stockpile full of them. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, I was glad that you got it. You know, it was. I remember when you talked about it. That was cool. So, and I've got that's hilarious. So I was watching a video here, and I don't remember what I was watching. Something, and I put on Pilot Ryan's video to see the truck, and so while we've been talking, different videos are automatically, because I have the auto next on, and I just went back to that page accidentally, and they've got what airplane do you think they've got on the table at Mike Patey's place? Draco. That's funny. Here we are talking about Draco, and I go there, and the auto loaded video is them at Mike Patey's, right in front of Scrappy, with Draco in pieces on the table. That's freaking hilarious. Yeah, I know, I know. Um, I might, you know, I mean, what the hell? I'll take pictures of all the Mike Patey swag I've got. So I'll take a picture of my Draco shirt, my Mike Patey get it done. Get back to work, and then the big emblem, Mike Patey with the airplane, the MP. So I'll take pictures of me wearing those three shirts and send it to him and say I ordered two plug and play Dracos from Horizon on the day of the release, and I never got them, and it's no plans for them to ship any plug and play airplanes anytime soon. So I canceled my orders because they're never going to come. And I'm a big fan. Just gotta do a little ass kissing here. You know. So anyway, just wanted to let you know. Still a fan. Great work on Scrappy. The whole thing, unbelievable. Blah blah blah. And maybe I'll get a Draco in the mail. Who knows? Oh really? I've got a ghost in here. Really? What did you see? Or hear? What did you hear or see? I didn't see. Let me know, Matt. Do I need to get out of here? Where's my Swiffer? I need a weapon. Where's my Swiffer? Wait, I've got a RV8 fuselage over there. From a few, maybe that'll work. I'll beat it with the ghost off with that. Alan, that's not a bad thought. You might be right. Although I bought it when it said flight test on it. It's the same airplane. It had the flight test logo on it, and I'm okay with that. I'm a big fan of flight test, so I didn't have a problem with it having a flight test logo on it. And I flew it last night. We had a night fly last night. I was flying it last night. So oh, well, I don't know. Well, I wouldn't call that a ghost. I would call that my angel is here and listen to me talking about Draco, and then put the Draco video up. So yeah, that's not a ghost. That's my angel. So yeah, maybe I have an angel looking over my shoulder. That'd be cool. I want to win the lottery. I want to win the lottery. I want to win the lottery. Please, angel, I want to win the lottery. Yeah, I already have flight pack telemetry in mine, Dave. Thank you very much. For like 10 years now. Plugs right into the balance lead that they cut off of the new smart Gen 2 batteries. Yeah, it's a tiny little module that plugs right into that balance port. It works on any size battery. It's amazing. Welcome to the 21st century, man. Yeah, some amazing technology in that new Radiant. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, Alan. Yeah, I can hope. I'm not above praying and hoping, but yeah, it's Paul again. Man, dude, you are awesome. Thank you so much. Man, whatever I'm doing, I hope I'm worthy of what you're doing for me, dude. Because thank you so much, man. That's I mean that's really awesome. Thank you. No, it's doing it with a sensor, Dave. It's just that the sensor's built in now, and you're paying for it because all the new smart stuff went up in price. So you can either mine are only $14. Did the price only go up $14? Because my sensor is only $14 that gives me telemetry. And it's a checker at the same time. You don't even have to plug it into anything but the battery pack. It's got a little screen on it, and it tells you all your numbers just like a checker, like the smart checker for $14. And then if you plug a little wire in it and plug it into your receiver, it sends it to the transmitter. So now all the displayed numbers on this little screen on the sensor is on the transmitter too. Wow, that's amazing for 14 bucks. And it works. Hey, Dave, it works with Radio Master. Ta-da! Sends the numbers right to your Radio Master radio too, so now they're in color, no less, on the Radio Master. So now you get your voltages on the little screen in the plane, so you don't even have to turn the radio on. You can just plug it in if you want to check. Geez, is this the battery I just flew with, or is this the new one? I don't remember if I put it in. Well, let me plug the thing. Oh no, this is brand new. Oh, the 14.2. Yeah, we're good. Okay, turn the radio on, and now in color, I get them on my radio too. Whoa! It's amazing. Oh my god. But wait, there's more. I can actually tell it to also audibly tell me what those numbers are. So it'll talk to me too. You guys love the way my radio talks. So yeah, I can program it to tell me those numbers. So I don't even have to look at the colored screen, the pretty color screen. And by the way, I can make the numbers any color I want when I display, red, blue, green, whatever, any color I want to pick. But I can have her just tell me audibly, 4.2 volts, 3.9 volts, and as often as I want. And then I can put it on a switch too. So I can have her do it automatically. And then if I don't want to wait for the next time she's going to say it, I can just pull a trigger on a switch and she'll say it again. It's amazing. Oh my God, technology. 10 years now. I've had all of that for 10 years now. Well, not the color screen. That's new. It was only in black and white before. The color screen's new. Well, they've claimed that they could do it, but everybody that I fly with that flew Spectrum and wanted to try to copy what my radio did bought the module, and it costs like $350 to buy a receiver that's telemetry capable, the hub that you have to buy to plug the shit into, and then the sensors, and each sensor separate to what you want to. So to get altitude and barometer readings and battery voltage and everything on a Spectrum, you had to spend $350 or more to get that, and it cost me like $46 to have a receiver and the one module. No, I take that back. It was $78 because I had to buy the GPS, the battery, and the battery telemetry module. So that those two, So it was like $78 or something. Yeah, my buddy was so pissed. And he come out to the field, big grin on his face. Yeah, I got you now. And I'm like, oh yeah? And he says, yeah, I've got all that crap your radio does. Mine does it too. And I said, really? Oh, that's awesome, man. Let me see it. And he fires it up and nothing works. And I'm laughing at him like I'm laughing now. And I said, how much did you pay for all this? $350 at the damn hobby shop. And they told me I had everything I need to make this work. I just told him, I said, Bob, you could have bought my transmitter, 2 receivers, and all the telemetry modules for that much money. And it would have all worked. Yeah, I went ballistic. I'm making jokes, and you're laughing at them. So yeah, we're both going ballistic. Listen, all right. All kidding aside for 1 second, Dave. Okay. Talk to Jason. Tell him I want him to send me an NX8 to do a real review. Honest to God, cross my heart, I will review it with optimism, not negativism, and I'll put 3 or 4 of my bind and fly Spectrum planes on it, take them out to Imperial where I had the problem, and see if it performs like he promises. And then I'll give the radio away after I review it. At my next giveaway, I will give the radio away. Well, just put it out there and see what he says. I don't want the radio for myself. Somebody's going to win it. But I want to review it because everybody's talking about how great, including you, how great the new NX series is. So I want to see, because I have a DX6i that didn't, I still got shot down. I got the real Spectrum module in the back of my trans. I still got shot down. I've got a couple of, ready to fly Spectrum planes with the DX4, DX5. Still got shot down. So I want to see what, let's see what the NX can do. So just let him know that I'd be willing to do a real review, an honest to God review. And then after the review, I'll give the radio away. If he feels like he wants to, see if he can win me over, for lack of a better word. So anyway, so out of the 15 guys that are in here right now, who would be interested in coming down to Florida in November for an event at the Imperial Flying Field? Anybody want to come down and have a party again like we did at the Pilot Ryan? Heli Thunder, what's up? Good to see you, man. Well, I don't want to trade. I don't want to do it that bad, Dave. So, just forget it. Yeah, yeah. Not quite, Brian. I no, I didn't. I wasn't going there. Noons, what's up? Good to see you, man. Matt's. So I'm guessing that's an automatic yes from you. Um, yeah, me and Jerry are working on something. So just getting a. I'm just putting a couple of feelers out there. You know, who would be interested in doing an event here in Florida at the Imperial Airfield again? Oh, in November, the weather's going to be awesome here. You know, probably low mid 80s, sunny, very little rain at that time of year. We don't, we did get some rain. I mean, it happens sometimes. That's not the norm. And we got a lot of wind, which is also not the norm. But yeah, it's usually very nice in November. You know, we don't get the summer rains anymore. And yeah, something like that, Matt. Yep. Yeah. Well, leave the wind at home this time, Dave. You know, trick it into, you're gonna, let the wind know you're taking the C8 Corvette to Florida, and then lock it in the trunk, and then come down in your Toyota so you don't bring the wind with you. And that goes for you too, Dennis. Yeah, there's one right down the street. You could walk to it. So Best Western. It literally you could walk to it. It's that close. It's less than a mile. And the only thing you're going to walk past to get to it is the Babcock Furniture Place. Okay? That's the only thing between the Best Western and the flying field is the Babcock warehouse. So, yeah, it's very close. Sponsored by Spectrum. Yep. So that's probably where I'll give the if we have the event, that's probably where I'll give the radio away. It'll be a prize at that event. So, well, Matt, the only problem, well, you were. Can you see the planes from your hotel room? Because you were staying in that hotel. I would think you're too close to the Babcock Furniture Store. You wouldn't be able to see, past the building to see the planes flying, unless they're pulling a tug hill, you know. Because Bruce had one in orbit. I mean, oh my god. I can't get it to come down. I can't get it to come down. It won't come down. Cut the throttle. Oh, I didn't think of that. And it came down. Amazing. Wide open throttle. It keeps going up. You don't know why. I can't get it to come down. If you're listening, Bruce, I love you. I love you, buddy. I hope get well, man. Get well soon. Come on back. We gotta go flying. So from out front, you can see the planes. Yeah. I mean, you're definitely close enough to see airplanes. Now, I just figured the building would be blocking your view because of the just the trajectory angle. Because you'd be looking so low. Well, you'd try be looking high because the building's too close, and everybody's probably flying lower than that. You know, except Bruce. But it's a bad. Don't don't rain on my parade. Well, have you got a lot of that furniture in your place, Amy? Yeah, well, that's what I was. Exactly, Dave. It should be called good cock, right? Nobody wants a bad one. Nobody. Especially Dave. Yeah, but I don't want to. That's why I asked for the 8, Dave, because the 10 is too expensive. I don't want. The 8's plenty. I mean, the 8's only $40 more than the 6, so why not go 8, like you said? Okay, but the 10's a lot more money. I don't need a 10 to just do a review. The 8 will be perfect. I know it is for real. I'm still, trying to be. I'm going to get demonetized. You know that. For just using a brand name. I don't know if you guys watch. How many of you guys watch C.W. Lemoyne, Mover? You watch his channel. I'm sure a lot of you guys do. Just pop up some emojis if you watch C.W. Lemoyne, Mover. Oh my god, it's 1 o'clock already? Holy crap. I really wasn't planning on staying on that late, but I'm here. I'm awake. I slept all day. So I guess nobody's watched this guy. But anyway, so he's an ex-fighter pilot. Well, X is not right because he's still in the reserves flying adversary planes now. He flies a F-18, an F-8. No, it's not either. It's a. Hmm. All right, Alan. Have a good night, man. Yeah, he was in the. I forget. He was in the Air Force and then the Navy, and then went back to the Air Force, and um, for health reasons. He's got a. I think he had a problem with his eye, and I don't know. It was definitely a health issue. Is why he moved from one to the other and then back. And he's back in the reserves, and he's flying in adversary planes, and right. So Dave knows who I'm talking about. So anyway, so he's a real pilot. He's still flying. He's active, but he's flying like L-39s or something 38s. I think it's a 38 he's flying. Um, as an adversary pilot for training, and So he's still an active reserver, and so his channel is all about, of course, military jets and what his personal experience. He's also a part-time sheriff in up in it's T-38, right? Up in I think he's in Louisiana. Um, he's a sheriff there part-time. He's an adversary pilot part-time, and he races a Z06 and a 20, I think, or 19 Z06 Corvette, and he videotapes everything. So you get to see. Oh, and he's also an airline pilot part time. He flies for one of the. He flies the 737 for one of the airlines. I forget which one. Um, so his channel, he's got over 2 million subscribers now, I think, or 200,000, or I don't know, shitload. And he's only been on the air like a year and a half, 2 years. Because he's got so much cool shit he does, so he's popular. I mean, he's really popular. So he had two of his buddies on in a Zoom session that he was doing live. Oh, that's right. And he's also an author. He's wrote all these Spectrum books. Not about radios. It's some kind of whodunit, I think, kind of thing. I'm not sure. But anyway, so looking to make this my next radio. So anyway, he mentioned the name with the other guys. We were chatting. They were talking about dog fighting and all that, and he mentions Chuck Yeager. That guy's show demonetized because he said Chuck Yeager, and he petitioned it, and they reviewed it, and they said nope, you can't say that, and it's like it's a guy's name, Apparently, that's some kind of derogatory term used in some part of the world. I don't know, but so he protested it again, and he showed them that he's a fighter pilot from World War II. Blah blah blah. He's still alive, and not and so finally, after he had like 1 million views, they said, oh, we're sorry, you're right, and they let him monetize it again, but all those 1 million views he got, he's not going to get reimbursed for. He lost all the money he got from all those views while they were trying to decide whether or not Chuck Yeager was allowed. So when I want to use the word Babcock, hence I'm pronouncing it wrong, it's because I don't want to get demonetized for Chuck Yeager. So anyway, yes, I knew how it's spelled and pronounced. I went to school with a friend of mine that his last name is the same. So I know the name. It's I'm just trying to keep this, on the air, for lack of a better word. So anyway. So that was a long roundabout story to tell you, just to get you to understand why I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Oh, golly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I went to school with a kid named Kenny. Swear to God, Kenny. I guess Kenneth Kenny was his, born name, but yeah. So everybody called him Kenny, and The first day of school was hilarious because, you know, what's your name? Kenny. What's your last name? Kenny. No, your last name. Kenny. Well, what's your first name? Kenny. Yeah. Ugh. Kelly. There you go. Ah, that's hilarious. Their families are probably related. Oh, so did you fly the Vulcan, Matt? Yeah, Ryan, let's go with that. Douchebag. Oh my god. No, it's Dukas. Isn't that what Ray calls Nate? Dukas? You still here, Fred? Haven't heard from you in a little bit here. Did you doze off on us? Yeah. So you're not impressed, huh? Wow. Well, I have to admit, it doesn't look like they put a real lot of thought into it. You know, it looked like something quick and easy to put out. To pacify everybody screaming that we haven't seen anything come out of motion in a year. So, hey, Dave, I don't know if you've been keeping up or not, but um, is Airvec in here? So, did the bison ever come out? Did they ship any bisons? Because I guess they were supposed to come in last month or something, the 30th. I haven't been back on Motion's website to check. But yeah, they were supposed to get bisons on the 30th and start shipping. I don't know if that happened. And I know I looked on the 30th and they still said out of stock. But I haven't looked again, so I don't know. I haven't looked. No, Heli Thunder, they just finished pouring the concrete. I don't even have a building up yet. And right now the building is forecasted for late November is when they're going to come put it up. So yeah, no walls yet. But the concrete's done. They finished the concrete Friday. So I'm still watering the concrete to make it grow. So yeah, it's yeah, no, no walls up because no building up yet. Got to wait for the building to go up. Well, see, I kind of thought it really didn't make anybody happy, Dave, and I thought maybe they didn't even get enough enthusiasm to finish putting the damn thing together. Like, we're just gonna scrap this idea because it doesn't seem like anybody wants the bison. Um, they're certainly not going to want it at the price they're forecasting. I mean, it's the sale price is the only hope they have of selling that airplane. Because if they go up to the real price, they'll never sell one. Nobody's going to pay that price for that airplane. There's too many better airplanes to buy for that kind of money. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. And the day that it's finally up, I'm going to be flying something inside it. Probably my night timber or my UMX turbo timber, my quadcopter for sure, my Blair Witch, as Dave likes to call it, my Blair Witch project quadcopter. I'll definitely be flying that in the building. And I'll have believe me, I'll be recording it all. I'll have the cameras running, and we'll be flying around in there. Then I'll probably get some, like this car here, the Mustang behind me here, or some other cars, and start doing some drifting on the floor. And yeah, we're gonna have a good time. Well, and I think that's the only reason they made the bison. You know, was to have something to compete against Draco, which that's no competition for Draco. Hell, it's barely competition for the Cub SS. Um, I think the only thing it has over the Cub is I think it's got clear windows in it and lights. But yeah, yeah, that's exactly right, Dave. And they lowered the price. It was $399, and they lowered it to $379 because they were competing with the old Carbon Z150, and the plug and play was $379, and theirs is the same thing, no receiver, so they matched the price of that to be in direct competition, penny for penny. Now that that plane's gone, I have a feeling we're probably going to see the 182 go up. Maybe not a lot though. Maybe they'll just go back up to the 399 because they don't have to meet the 379 price anymore. Yeah, I was flying my 182 yesterday. So, yeah. I know, pilot. Ryan, you're right. I mean, they introduced that plane over a year ago, and they still haven't shipped any. So they've had planes come out after that, like the Vulcan, for instance, that they've already sold, a batch of them. And the Bison's still, where is this plane? That's what I'm talking about. It's like, what the hell? And now that the new SS is out, and they came out with the SS version of the Husky, the new 5S, new paint scheme, better motor. What else does it do? It was something they upgraded something else. So yeah, so they came out with another Husky that's way cheaper than the Bison, and yeah, so Yeah, I did too. Actually, I bought the Avanti on the pre-release, and that bit me in the ass. So I did the pre-release on Draco because it was Draco. If it was any other plane, I wouldn't have done it. And that didn't bite me in the ass as far as getting a bad plane that crashed because they had some bad engineering on it. Um, I just never got and nor will I probably ever get the plug and play version. So that's where I screwed up. I didn't realize that they were going to fill all the bind and fly orders first, and so my two plug and plays were never going to get here. Just checking something here, guys. Be right back. I'm not staring off into Never Never Land. I'm actually working here. All right, let's do this. Yeah, Dave, I probably won't ever order another, you know, because I can sell a receiver out of it. So, yeah, if I buy a high dollar plane from Horizon, I'll just pull the receiver out and sell it. Yeah, Juno, you're right. I'm the one that's going to complain. If it was a $200 airplane, I wouldn't complain. I'd be fine. I'd fly it with it. But I'm not going to buy a $600 airplane and fly with it. I don't trust it. So I'm not going to lose another $600 airplane. uh, hey Dave, you been to Iwo Jima? Have you been there? Did your sub ever go there? Did you have to do any patrols over there? Hmm. What's the channel name for the W? I don't know, John. What are you asking me? What's the channel for World War II pilots? I don't know, John. I I don't know. I don't have a clue. World War II pilots. There's probably a couple of them out there, but offhand, I don't know. I don't know what. Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know specifically a World War II pilot channel on YouTube, but I'm sure there's at least one. Oh, Juno, if you'd only been here with all the submarine talk that we've had, these are the greatest stories ever. I'm sorry you missed them, man. You'll have to go back and watch um, my channel. Um, God, you'll just have to. I don't know how to look because the submarine talk was, off topic. So I don't know how to look it up to tell you what shows. But several shows we got into big conversations about submarines. Oh, if you're talking about C.W. Lemoyne, yeah, he's not a World War II pilot. He's young. He's only like in his 30s and actively flying T-38s. So yeah, he's not a World War II pilot, and the pilots he had on with him. Yeah, you got to remember these guys, are already retiring. You know, they put their 20 in, or they're close to putting their 20 in. They're going to finish it out in the reserves. Um, so they're still young. Got lots of time to do stuff. So yeah, I seriously doubt he's 40 yet. Um, but it's a great show. Go watch his show. He's very very good, and he does the DCS. Uh, they do tournaments. That's a simulator for real planes, not like our real flight, but similar. But you're flying real airplanes, not model airplanes. And he goes and does that a lot on his channel, and then he helps sponsor a competition that they do every year. They've done it for the last 2 years, I think, just the last two, and that's great fun to watch. So if you wanna watch him and his buddy pilots narrate a DCS match, go watch that. Very fun to watch, because you get to see um, chase cam on one of the planes, and then the next round they switch it to the other plane. in chase, and you get to watch them dogfight. You know, and they only have guns, no missiles, just guns, and it's really fun to watch. I really enjoy watching that. Honestly, he's probably too young for Desert Storm. Um, I think any actions he's flown in is after Desert Storm. I don't think he, I think he was alive during Desert Storm, but I don't think he was old enough to fly. Um, so yeah, probably not Desert Storm. All right, Mike Bird, have a good night. Thanks for being here, buddy. Good to see you. Uh, I think Davey was probably full active in the Air Force the first time. Um, I don't think he's been a reservist the whole time. I'm pretty certain he was full time in the Air Force. When he went to the Navy, I don't know for sure, and I know he's not. He's reserved now, back in the Air Force. But I don't know what he did in the Navy. He wasn't on a ship. I know that. He never did a carrier landing. Um, so he was, ground based his whole time. So yeah, he might have been a. You're right. He might have been an adversary pilot in the Navy. Because yeah, he never went to the ship. Yeah, he's talking about that not too long ago. That he's never actually trapped on a ship. He's done the trap on the runway, when they're training, but he's never gone to a ship and trapped. So, yeah. So I guess that pretty much says it right there that he was never active duty, I guess. Um, no, he definitely referred to Air Force. You know, he was Air Force, and then he went Navy, and then he went back to Air Force. Um, well, good, Dana. Nice job. I didn't even know you had a Radio Master transmitter. Where'd you buy that at? No. I used to have an old F-16 game, but that was way, way, way long ago, um, for the computer. And then, um, I can't remember the last computer game I bought. It's been 20 years easy. Um, just don't have time. I have a PlayStation, and so I have a couple games for that. I have Call of Duty. Um, but man, if you're not sitting home playing that thing, 16 hours a day, and you go in a match, you're just going to get your ass shot. These guys are relentless. Um, oh, so you've played DCS? Yeah, that's cool. Um, yeah, I just don't have the time to spend. Um, I mean, I enjoy it when I do play it, but usually the guys I'm playing with don't, because they're way above my, skill level, and it's like shooting fish in a barrel, and no challenge for them. So I did get one guy though, because we were, he was just literally the second they said go, he shot me. Um, so I mean, he must have had the sequence down. So he knew where I was going to materialize or something. Because I mean, the game was we're 10 seconds into the match and he already shot me. I'm like, so I finally switched to a sniper, got the full camouflage and everything, and ran to the corner of the field that we were playing in. We were in a field that had shipping containers. Some were open, some were closed. You could climb up on top of them. So I just went over in the corner and laid down in the grass. And he ran around there for 10 minutes. And he finally says, "Where are you?" And I just replied back, I was just laughing, because he didn't know where I was. He couldn't find me, But that was the longest match we had because I hid. And then he finally shot me anyway. He found me. I don't know how I don't know what he could see. I don't know if he put on some kind of infrared glasses and that's how he found me, or I don't know what the hell he did. He probably went someplace in the game where he could get some, toy like that, something infrared, so he could find me, and then he came back and shot me when he, because he went and got the glasses, put them on, and then ran around until he saw me and then went over and shot me. But yeah, the guy was just kicking my ass. It was ridiculous, And I suck at the game because I play it, maybe 2 hours a month. These guys play it every day for 16 hours, so I sucked. Now there was an old game a long time ago, and you can look it up. It was called Descent, and that was a fun game. Yeah, I really enjoyed that game. You're basically a space pirate. You go to this dead world that has, treasures on the, and you're there to scavenge it, right? To pirate it, and so are all the other guys. So you're all there in your spaceships, flying underground through these caverns into rooms, and you pick up weapons like in Call of Duty and everything else. So you fly in, you get weapons, you fly out, you go reach a goal, find this, whatever. And then, but you're shooting each other and dropping bombs, and oh my God, that game was fun. And I was pretty good at that game. I could hold my own there. I was nowhere near the best, but I was nowhere near the worst either. There were definitely nights when I would dominate the other guy, and the other night he'd dominate. Then I was in a match one night where we were like even Steven. We kept killing each other over and over again. The same damn move. We'd both fall for the same damn move every time. So both of us are, we're chatting, text chatting, laughing our asses off. Because he fell for I'd go around a corner. He's chasing me. I go around a corner. As soon as I go around the corner, I drop a load of bombs. And they float in the air. He comes around the corner, flies right into him, blows up. So after about the 30th time he did that, he types to me laughing. He says, "You'd think I'd have learned not to do that by now." Because he kept doing it. He never suspected that when he went around the corner, it's going to be a bomb there. Every time he'd fly right into it. But I would do the same thing. He would set a trap for me, and I'd fly right into it every time too. So I loved that game. I really had a lot of fun with that game. Yeah, it was a blast. The Call of Duty, I don't mind playing it. I like it, but I'm not going to play it long. The amount of hours I would need to be competitive in it. I'm a target is all I am. I'm just running around to give somebody else something to shoot at. I don't think I've ever killed anybody in Call of Duty. I just totally sucked at it. No, I probably killed a couple of guys, but I never got even close to winning anything. I was terrible. Now I did download that, what is it, War Thunder? And I was doing pretty good in that. But again, I just don't have time to sit around playing video games, so I don't play it. But I was doing pretty good in that, even with a much lower airplane. I was able to fly it maneuver-wise to stay out of his gunfire. He couldn't shoot me. And a couple of times I even reversed on him and got, was able to shoot them down. And I was, I've got the basic airplane because I've only been in it, You have to graduate up in planes as you play hundreds of hours. Well, I never got to those levels, so I'm still flying the trainer planes basically. And what you get is upgrades. You get you might be flying the same airplane, but now it's got better weapons or a better motor that makes it go faster, or whatever. And they keep upgrading your airplane as you get farther in the game. And yeah, well, I only played the free version, Dave. I'm not paying anybody anything to play. Um, but yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it. Um, I got half my wing shot off once and was able to fly to the alternate airport that's not really in the game, as far as there's nothing going on at that airport. Um, and I was able to fly to that airport and land the plane safely, and got it fixed. And I was amazed because half my wing was gone. I mean, they shot half. I'm flying, like a knife edge all the way there, and had to do a very very high speed landing to keep it in the air. But I got it down, and then they fixed it. Then I went back out and got shot down. So, but I liked the game. I had fun with it. It was neat looking at the airplanes. It was a lot of good graphics in it. It was cool. You know, it's still on my computer. I haven't booted it up in a long time, but I can say the little bit I did play it, I enjoyed it. I wasn't any good at it, but I still enjoyed it. You buy your way to victory. Yeah, there's. See, I'm definitely not spending money on a video game when I can be buying, real model airplanes I can go to the field and fly. So that's how I equate everything. Where's my money gonna? That's why I won't buy these high dollar surface vehicles. I bought this one because it was $120. I bought that one because it's 85. I bought two of those because they were $85, and you get transfer and everything. It comes with everything. You're ready to go. And yeah, I'm not paying 350, 450, 500, 600, whatever the infraction is. I'm not spending that kind of money on a surface vehicle. I'll buy an airplane. You know, it's just the surface stuff. I've got fast surface stuff. I don't, I've got plenty fast enough surface stuff already, and I don't need. I'm not buying in this new stuff. I mean, it's cool. I'm not knocking it. It's cool stuff, but it's just out of my price range. I don't want to spend that kind of money on surface when I can spend airplanes. I'd rather buy airplanes. Exactly, Dave. And that's why I go into the game already knowing that I'm defeated. There's no chance because of, like you said, these guys are buying their way up the ladder to get all the high good stuff, and I'm in there with a, pilot skill will take you so far. That's how I was able to reverse on these guys that had three times the airplane I was, and shoot them down. But there's not a lot of those. A lot of these guys are good pilots, and they have all the good stuff, and you've got no chance of winning that. So yeah, it's yeah. So there you go, Dana. So let me know when you get that $700 airplane, or I mean $700 boat, and leave it in the box. Have you got a place to run boats, Dana? You got a lake to access to? A Zodiac to go get it when it craps out in the middle of the water and all that. You got all that stuff? How did you lose it, Jono? Yeah, that's it. Just fill the box with the water. Perfect. Come on, guys. He's got a bathtub, for Christ's sake. You know, he can float his boat. Ugh. So, have you been out running your boats around? You having a good time? No, all of his plane boxes are in the shower, Dave, not the bathtub. He's got them in an unfinished shower somewhere, probably in the basement. So, Juno, don't tell me. Let me guess. You were flying a Spectrum radio, weren't you? See, I've got ESPN, so I know. I subscribed to my ESPN through Babcock. Oh my god. Oryx? ORX. I'm not familiar with that radio. Where do you get that radio from? And of course a lemon receiver. Yeah, newsflash, it's called a lemon for a reason. Come on, guys, think about it. If you were gonna name, like today, if you were gonna come out with a new car, would you call it a lemon? Really? So think about it. There's no way I'm buying a receiver called Lemon and putting it in my airplane. Never happening. Oh, you have an orange Hobby King transmitter. Gotcha. Oh, that's right. That's where that ORAC. Yep. I remember now. Yep. I knew it from somewhere. I couldn't remember where. Yep. I know, Juno. Listen, listen. You buy what you can afford. I get it. You know, I would love to be flying turbine jets right now, but it's nowhere near in my budget. So I'm gonna just stick with my little foamies for now. Um, but you really want to think about getting a Radio Master transmitter so that you can fly. You'll be able to fly all your orange receivers or lemon receivers. All that stuff will work with the radio, so you don't have to give up anything you have. But it'll let you expand outward. You know, you can buy free sky stuff. You know, as you expand now, you'd be able to buy Free Sky stuff and still work. You can still fly all your orange receivers and your lemon receivers and your spectrum receivers, and you can still fly all that with it. But you'll also be able to, expand with newer stuff. Um, so that's why I recommend that radio so much. You know, it's got like 70 different protocols in it. You can fly Tactic, you can fly Sky, Free Sky, uh, uh, what else? The Hubson. I mean, there's like 70 different protocols you can fly with that radio. So, it's just, and the radio is so cheap. I mean, I think even now it's still under $200. You know, 16 channels, Hall effects gimbals, color touchscreen. The screen's not active yet, but it will be eventually. As soon as OpenTX comes out with a touchscreen version of the firmware. But yeah, just awesome. Yeah, well, see, you should sell your DX8. Okay, you'll get enough money for the DX8 to be able to buy the Radio Master. I'm sure you can get $200 for the DX8 at least, and you'd be able to buy. You'd be out of pocket nothing to buy a brand new Radio Master and be able to keep flying everything you have. Air Marshal, I have a question for you about the Radio Master. Are you conscious? Okay, so I took my brand new. I don't know what receivers in because the wing was already on and I didn't open it to look, but it had the extended wire for the balance lead on my Otter, the twin Otter. So I bound it to my Radio Master, and it bound, but the channels are mapped wrong. Now they're all my stuff is set up Spectrum. Throttles 1, aileron 2, elevator 3, rudder 4, everything. My Spectrum, I mean my Free Sky stuff is all that format. You know, I don't use the Futaba format. So I bound the Otter to the thing, and it's using it now. This is where it's really weird. It says it's using the Futaba format, which is aileron, elevator, throttle, rudder. Okay, but when I bound it, and it bound and everything, the throttle was on channel 2. No. Hang on a minute. Well, okay, it was on the aileron channel. Okay, the aileron was what was working the throttle. So, why would it do that? What setting is going on inside my Radio Master that thinks that aileron control should be the throttle? So how do I do that? And why would it be correct? It is TAER and everything else. You know, it's already flashed for that. Like, you know, all my Free Sky stuff is TAER, and it works perfect. Everything's fine. And when I downloaded the program from Flex, it worked fine. Everything was right for them as well. And but as soon as I try to do a Spectrum, everything's mapped wrong. Okay, so it's the protocol, not the OpenTX. Okay. Have you done a video on how to flash that stuff? Yep, Victor, it's the late, 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 always late, never ending Sunday, Monday, fun day with Kenny. And my other question is, why the hell would it come already flashed with that map wrong? I mean, why would anybody put, you know, the throttle on the aileron channel? That's not right in any mode. Mode 1, 2, 3, or 4. So why the hell would it come that way? That just boggled my mind. Right, I get that part, but like I said, it's um oh, okay. All right, I get it. Now yeah, now I get it. Okay, okay, I get it. I get it. So literally then all I have to do is go into my OpenTX and change it to AETR and it'll work correctly because it's already flashed for AE. But why would Spectrum be flashed AETR? You know, they've never used that protocol in Spectrum. It's always been, TAER. So why would have flashed Spectrum? Not everything else, but Spectrum that way. Goofy. The 51 bus smash. No, my Free Sky stuff came to me already TAER. None of my Free Sky stuff ever had AETR. None of it. And I didn't do anything to my Radio Master, and it worked perfect too. When I put everything in my Radio Master, I did it exactly like I do it in my Tyrannus, and everything worked perfect. So it was already on Free Sky. It was already throttle, aileron, elevator, rudder. So this is where I'm like, why in the world is it doing this? I've had other people tell me that too, but my stuff came all Spectrum ready. So I've never had to remap the controls because it was all Spectrum from go, and all my shit's been set up since I first started flying the foamies. Everything has been Spectrum. And I stayed with the Spectrum format because I planned on buying a lot more, bind and fly airplanes. And it's, and like I said, everything's worked perfect from go. The module was flashed that way. So, my Spectrum module that's in the back of the Tyrannus. So, all those are still flying perfect, just the way, they're all TAER. And so, I get this Radio Master radio, and the Spectrum module, or whatever you just said, the protocol module, is flashed for Spectrum to be AETR. Spectrum's never been AETR. So, why would they do that? So is that the way yours was? So all your stuff is set up AETR? All your stuff that's not Spectrum, right? Or your Spectrums aren't AETR, are they? I seem to remember. I'm looking for the book to one of the. Oh, maybe it's down here. When I reflashed my RV8, I think there was two settings. You could flash it either way. Um, you could either flash it Spectrum, or you could flash it Futaba. So there were two settings in the Flex programming module when you were program the Aura, and it was like Free Sky Spectrum, Free Sky Futaba. And of course, I picked the Spectrum because that's the way all my shit's set up, and that's why that worked perfect. Right out of the box. But yeah, I just didn't understand why anybody would have ever put AETR on a Spectrum radio. As far as I know, Spectrum's always been TAER. So I don't know what the hell happened. I thought I had one of either the RV8 book out here or the QQ book out here, but I don't see it. All right, and are you going to do a video on that, or do I have to just go watch somebody else's video? Trying to support you, buddy. You need to do a video. Let everybody know how to fix their rate. Because listen, I'm not the only one. This is the same issue that Pickle had with his radio that I tried to fix, and it worked when I reflashed the when I reflashed his QQ with the Spectrum version of the software, it worked. Everything was fine, and the plane worked. But then we tried another bind and fly, and it was all screwed up again. Another Spectrum. So, and I didn't think I had this issue, but apparently I do. So, yeah, so I have to reflash it. I just need to know how. I mean, I'm sure I can go find a video. If you're not going to do it, I'll just go find a video. But if you tell me you're going to, because I'm not in a hurry, I don't have to have it tomorrow. But yeah, if you're going to do it, then do it and let me know. And if you're not going to do it, just let me know and I'll go find somebody else to watch. Yeah, I'm on the same page with you, Dave. I understand. I'm just, the radio was pre-flashed for the multi-protocol module to be, AETR on Spectrum, and I don't know why anybody would do that. It's because, any bind and fly airplane you get is not going to be plugged in that way. I mean, I could go in the receiver and move everything around, but that's not the way it's designed. And that would fuck up the AS3X on top of it. So that wouldn't work anyway. But yeah, it's, I just can't figure out why they would have flashed it that way in the first place. But, no, Dave, because all my airplanes are set up TAER. All of them. Every airplane I own is set up for TAER. So I'm not going to reflash it that way. I'm going to just make the radio talk Spectrum and be done with it, because all my planes are already set up to be that way. And I'm not going to have half my planes Futaba and half my planes Spectrum. They're all going to be Spectrum. Since nobody else is selling bind and fly airplanes, one sentence at a time. Okay, I'm listening. Dana, I'll do a video for you on that. I'll show you how to take it out of the box. Yeah, I just... Okay, it says we're back. Green light. Okay, I think we should be all right now. Okay, so now when I do that, and I get the download, and I program the radio, is it only going to mess with the Spectrum part of the multi-protocol module, or is it going to remap everything and screw up all my other airplanes? You still here, Dave? We lost our audience. Well, I was going to blame it on our riveting discussion about protocol, but I think it's because my OBS started dropping packets and everybody got the circle of death, and it's 2:30 and everybody just decided to go to bed. so so we'll blame it on that instead of our riveting conversation. Roach Coach, what the hell are you doing up? I'm just about to shut this thing down. You know, I lost everybody. For some reason I started dropping packets, and everybody's getting the circle of death, and it finally cleared itself up, but everybody had left. So, so John's still here. You're here. I'm here. I think Air Marshal's here, unless he just dozed off. Oh, there he is. So he just gave me a website to go to. And okay, so multi-module firmware downloads. So which module do I have? The internal 4-in-1 or the CC2500? What's the difference between those two? Oh, Data's here. All right. Everybody else back? Yeah, but there's two. There's TX16S 4-in-1 and TX16S CC2500. So which one do I pick? 4-in-1. That's what I thought it was, but I wanted to make sure. Okay, let me go there. Okay, so 4-in-1. Got it. Okay. And then firmware version latest stable is 1.3.2.86. No, I don't have an SE. Oh, is that what the 2500 is, the SE? Okay, so the other stuff defaults to the right thing. I don't need to mess with any of that. I guess the one question I had was the radio type. We're not doing PPM, right? Okay, so now why would I choose AETR? That's what it's set up for now. Oh, okay. Thank you. God damn, you're confusing me. Okay, so I picked TAER. Okay. Yes, I program everything TAER. Because like I said, when I started flying the foamies and I got away from, and I knew, listen, like I said, Horizon's genius. That bind and fly program is genius, okay? They completely sold me on these bind and fly airplanes. So that's why I got, I got hooked on Spectrum and bought all these airplanes with the receiver and all. I mean, I was hooked. And I set all my switches on my radio to mimic the DX6i. So there was a switch that was already marked flaps, and there was a switch that was marked gear, and so I just used that exact layout on all my radios so that they all match. So anybody that flies um, Spectrum can pick up my radio and probably be right on the money of where the switches are because that's the way I set it up. So everything is TAER. So and you're saying that Free Sky just it's using as a pass through. So this isn't going to change anything for them. It's still going to be the same, but it will change it for the Spectrum stuff. Is what you're saying. Okay, so I'm looking at file names, and there's a multi-stem serial TAER version 1.3.2.86 bin. Then there's a multi.txt, and then there's a multi Luna script zip. Oh, okay. So the text is just a text file to read probably everything you just told me. I forget what the Luna script's for. What is the Luna script for? Yeah, Roach. That's I just bought one too. Um, yeah. So I got a screaming good deal on it. It was brand new. It'd been out of the box, but it hadn't been flown. Um, and then he just put it together, and then he died shortly after that, and they just auctioned off all of his stuff. So yeah, yeah. Marshall's got the Twin Otter. So what I'm going to do, Dave, is replace the bin file that's on the radio now with this bin file. Is that what I'm doing? Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. So so if I want to do the programming, I need to download that program too. I don't think it's German, but it might be. But yeah, it's a twin engine amphibious plane. Yep. It comes with landing gear and it's a boat. So or no, I'm sorry, it's not. It comes with floats. So there's two floats you can put on it. You can take the landing gear off, put floats on it, or you can fly it off the ground with the wheels. Okay, so I'm not replacing a file on my SD card. I'm just going to add this new bin file to my SD card. Okay. Then what do I do? Mine came with an IC3 connector. You know, the smart orange smart connector. That's what's in mine. So mine's got the smart receiver in it. Um, that'll give you telemetry and all that cool stuff if you're flying with a Spectrum radio that can read that stuff. So I don't need that because I don't have that kind of radio. But yeah, that's what mine came with. So it's pretty new, you know, because it's got the orange plug in it. Um, so where do I go to? Just do I have to do the three finger salute to put it in programming mode? Yeah, that's how I knew how new my otter was, because it was had an IC3 in it. So just straight into OpenTX, and then where do I go to install that file? Is it on the menu screen when you know the select model, and then there's some other stuff on there? Is that where I'll find it? Okay, gotcha. All right, so the system menu. Okay, and then do I plug the wire into the top of the radio next to the antenna, or in the bottom of the radio under that rubber plug? So did your Radio Master come with it already set up, uh, TAER, or did you have to do the same thing I'm going to be doing and reflash it? Okay, good to know. I've been charging it through the bottom port. I didn't know if it was multitasking or just a charger. Are you flying Spectrum planes off of your radio? Are you flying any bind and fly planes off of that radio? Okay, well, all right. Now you've really baffled me with that one. So if yours is set up the same way mine is, and you're telling me it automatically, because it's magic, it transferred it to TAER. Why is it mine not doing that? Oh, so you're a couple. Well, then those aren't bind and fly planes. You bought receivers for them. Okay, so you have everything plugged in. Well, no, you said it's magically switching it to TAER. Well, then why do I if mine will magically switch it? Why do I have to reflash this thing? Why is mine not doing that? Well, actually, no, I didn't program it. And when I go into listen, that's the thing that was baffling me because, like I said, and now you've explained it that you um, that free sky is a pass through. Okay, well that explains why it's working. But no, when I go into the programming thing, it says my radio is AETR. That's what it says. Right there on the screen when I try to bind an airplane and everything. It shows that protocol AETR. So how come my Presto Changeo isn't swapping it to TAER? I I haven't even put a battery in mine yet, Roach, so I can't tell you. Maybe Dave's experimented with some batteries and he can tell you, but I have no idea. I haven't even flown mine yet. I bound the radio to it, but the modules, that's what we're talking about. My module is rerouted all the channels, and I don't know why. I have a 2800 3-cell that I know will fit in it. Um, yeah, everything else bigger than that, I don't know those batteries would fit in it. I have a 4-cell. I think it's 2800. Might be a, it might be a 2200 4-cell that I think will fit because it's real close in size. Um, all right, so let me ask you this. So if I create a new model and I go in and change the mapping so it's AETR, okay? And I create a whole new model with AETR as the protocol, the channel selection, and then use that to bind to a bind and fly plane, it's going to automatically switch it to TEAR. TAER, I'm sorry, TAER, and it'll work. No, Roach, it's not really. I was just because Dave is flying mostly Spectrum stuff, and I'm trying to understand why it would even have TAER. I mean, do they think they're selling these radios to more Futaba owners? then Spectrum owners and that's why they went with TAER, as the baseline, and then if you want to switch it, you have to reflash it. Well, if they're recommending a 3200, then I would say you could definitely fly it with that. I don't know what brand 3200 they're talking about because the shape of the batteries are different, and I don't know. Well, they're probably talking about a Spectrum 3200. So yeah, whatever size battery that is. Um, my 3200s are the thin, flat. So they're real wide and long and flat. I don't think that'll fit in the Otter. Like I said, I don't know. I haven't even put a battery in it yet. So okay. So if I set up one new channel and then just keep copying that one to create a new airplane, then just change the name of the plane and whatever, then all my Spectrum stuff will work. If I just make a one airplane, one setup with that protocol, and then just make sure I copy that one every time I create a new model. What about a 2S5000? Tim, what are you talking about? Uh, Let me look. No, green light here. I should still be here. I got that stupid open widget bullshit again, but I'm still connected. All right, Dave, I'm going to give that a try. I've got the file downloaded here anyway, so if remapping the OpenTX doesn't work, which I'm pretty sure I tried that on Pickle's plane and it didn't work on his. But we were trying to bind the Flex plane, and I think the Flex plane was set up wrong as well for that radio. So when I reflashed the Flex plane with the new firmware that I got from downloaded, the plane worked fine. It was perfect. But then we tried to put another Spectrum plane on the thing, and it was wrong again. So I was but I think now I get it as far as what I need to look for. Well, and I still don't understand why they made the AETR magically switch to TAER, but whatever. I don't know why they made it do that. You know, I mean, if it's going to magically switch it, it should have started with TAER and then magically switch it to you know AETR for when you're flying the other stuff, because nobody makes a bind and fly airplane that comes AETR, do they? I haven't heard of one. So if they were going to put a default program in the radio, you would think they would have done it the other way. You know. Yep, caught you mid typing, man. Right in the middle of your typing. Boom. That's funny. Oh, so here's the secret. You buy one of these to take to the flying field, okay? And when you're going out to the flight line to fly your airplane, you just put it in your back pocket. It works perfect. While it's in your back pocket, it's killing all kinds of bugs, and you're flying bug free. So I did last night. I took that out to the flight. At first, I took it out there, left it in a little stand, and just set it on the ground next to me. And that was kind of working, but I think the swatter was too far away from my head. I think it needed to be closer to my head. So then I picked it up off the ground, and I stuck it in my back pocket, and it worked perfect after that. So that's the secret. You know, get the bud zapper, charge it up, and then when you go out to fly at night, you put the thing in your back pocket, and you'll be bug free. Yeah, it's not that I don't want to flash it. I'm fine with flashing it, Dave. I'm just trying to learn what the hell so when people ask me, I'll understand what the hell I'm talking about instead of, well, I don't know, I just did it this way. I hate that answer. You know. You mean S bus, Tim? And did you mean to say can't do S bus? Because that was the big complaint when everybody bought the HSD 182, is that you can't fly it with Spectrum because it doesn't do S bus, which it does, but there's but only certain receivers do it. And then you can always just hook it up direct, you know, channel to channel, which I don't know why people didn't understand that either. I can't believe how many people contacted me after I did the review on that plane and told me, you'll never see anybody flying one of those with a Spectrum radio. Yeah, well, I have. Why? What's the problem? Got another one. Yeah, it's not real buggy out here tonight, but also the bugs that are out here are not flying to the swatter. I should probably turn the lights off for a few minutes and let everybody join the party on the swatter. All right, Dave. Sounds good. I'll probably just download the file and reflash it. I think. Um, I'm probably gonna try the other way just to see that it works, but I'm probably not gonna do it that way. I'll probably just um, reflash it because I don't have any reason to have anything on AETR. Um, even when I put the 182 together, um, no, I may have remapped for the 182. Now that I think about it, I'd have to go look. I'm not sure. I think I did remap for that. Yeah, Dave, that makes total sense. I mean, it's not. I'm not getting it. I get it. I totally get it. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna swap the protocol and OpenTX on that one just to see, and then rebind it and see if it fixes the problem on the Otter. And then if it does, then that's cool. I'll know, but I'm still gonna reflash it so that everything is uh, TAER, and then it'll swap it the other way if it needs to magically. Yeah, have you heard anything, Dave, about a new receiver replacing that? Is Radio Master working on any kind of receiver to do the telemetry, or what's the story there? Yeah, Kenny shut down under. Yeah, Dana, it's you could use it. So the advantage here is simple. If you buy that radio, which you said you did, I don't know if you told me where because I didn't see it, but um, if you buy something that's got a pro like a Hubsan, little drone, you can just go into the radio and set it up for the Hubsan, and it'll fly it. And same thing. You buy a Spectrum airplane, you go to Spectrum, you set it up for Spectrum, it'll fly it. If you're going to go out and buy a receiver, if you want the cheapest one you can get, you buy it, and then it's tell the radio that's the receiver you're going to use on that plane. But I buy all the their brand, or I was buying their brand because it's a copy of Free Sky because of the telemetry. And so now I'm back to buying Free Sky receivers because they quit making the 168. So now I'm back to buying Free Sky receivers because I want my telemetry. And that's the cheapest way to do it. It's the best telemetry out there, and it's also the cheapest telemetry out there that you can buy. Now, I know this new smart stuff is great, but that's part of the new smart stuff. And is the protocol in the already in the Radio Master, Dave, to do the smart stuff? Or is that another download? Is it already ready for that or not? How old's your daughter, Juno? Yeah, I think I bought 25 168s, Dave. And I'm down to my last one. I've already used them all up. I've got one more on the wall. That's all I have left. Um, and I keep getting emails from frickin' Banggood that says 168 now in stock. And so I click on it and go to there, and then I try to put them in the cart, and not available. Well, why are you sending me emails that says you got the 168s in stock if you don't have 168s in stock? You know, that's like Hobby King sending out emails that says that the twin King is back in stock, and when you go there, it's still on back order. Aggravating. Very aggravating. Oh, no shit. So it did pick it up. Well, that's cool. That's very cool. Now, see, that's what I loved about my original Tranus. I didn't have to do a sensor learn like you do now. And my original Tranus still does it perfect. Whatever you plug into it, it already knows what to do with it. I don't have to train nothing, do nothing. As soon as you plug something in to the freaking smart port, it already knows what it is, where to display it, and how to display it. You don't have to do nothing. It automatically populates the screen to display it. You could build another screen and design it how you want, but it automatically puts the information on a screen. It knows what to do with it. I don't have to go learn, search for a new sensor, none of that crap. You don't have to do that on my original radio. I have to do it on the new one, but I didn't have to do it. I still don't have to do it on the old one. No matter what sensor I plug into it, it already knows what to do with it. It was that's what was so great about that radio. The first time I put the battery telemetry module in it, yeah, and it started reading it immediately, and it knew, and then I just pressed the page button, I think twice, to get to a page where it displayed all the numbers. All the voltages were there already automatically. I didn't have to do anything. So yeah, it was awesome. And then when I got the new radio, nothing worked, and I'm like, what the hell? And then I figured out I had to do this. What's this? Discover new sensors. What? And then when I did that, of course, it populated everything. But then I have to go put them into the, just because it discovered them, it doesn't know what to do with them. So now you got to go build a screen so it can display the information it's now seeing, because it doesn't automatically. What a pain in the butt. I mean, it's not that big a pain in the butt, but when you're used to the first radio that I had 4 years before I bought the second one, that it did all that crap automatically, it's a big letdown to now I have to do it all manually. I'm like, what the hell? Of course, I don't have to do it once and then just keep copying that file, but still, it's a pain in the butt. Do you think? Do you think the Free Sky really had anything they could use in court to get Radio Master in trouble if they refused to cease and desist? You know, kind of like Ryan's font that I think is total bullshit. I bet you I can go find a font that's similar enough that if I take it and put it in cursive and bold, it'll look close enough to his font that they couldn't say shit. Um, because I don't even think they have an N, right? Um, no, what letter was it? Well, there's no M, right? Ray-Ban? There's no M. Did they develop an M? Did they do the whole alphabet or just the letters they needed? Yeah, I don't know. But I think Ryan rolled over too easy. I think he probably, if he'd have kept using it, I don't think anything would have come of it. Their threatening letters probably would still come, but it's just like a credit card company that's trying to collect their debt. 99% of the time they never go any farther than just writing the stupid threatening letters. So, but I'm really surprised that they didn't develop their own receiver already, to get away from, the lawsuit. Because all they have to do is just design it differently, you know, because Hobby King's getting away with it. They've been selling orange receivers forever that are Spectrum. So how come they can do it and Radio Master can't? Yeah, and you're right, Dave. So why are they fighting to stop somebody from copying a protocol they don't even use anymore? That's why I say I think that whole letter was bullshit. I think it was just a scare tactic to get them to stop making it, and it worked. They rolled right over. They didn't put up any kind of fight at all. They just rolled over. You know, and I think that was chicken shit. You know, Ryan's in a totally different boat. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't want to spend a fortune on lawyers and everything, so he rolled over because he's got a family. He's got, you know, yeah, sure he's upset, but he's not going to stick around for the fight. To spend the money and everything, even if you win, is a loss. So it's just not worth it. You know. But I can't understand why Radio Masters, big company, why they rolled over so easy. I think that's just horse shit. Well, didn't they try to stop them and it was just they lost? They sued Hobby King and they lost. So how did that go down? How is it that they're copying Spectrum? I don't know that it was an exact copy, but it worked the same way. It did it does talk to Spectrum, so You know, how'd they get away with it? How'd they win that suit? You know, I'm just baffled about this whole thing. You know, oh, absolutely, Dave. Well, I don't think they're going to sell a lot of receivers. They're going to sell a lot of planes with receivers already in them. I don't think they sell a lot of receivers. That's what makes the bind and fly so attractive, is because, the price difference is what, $30, maybe 40 on some airplanes, and you get the $100 receiver in it. You're going to need to buy a receiver anyway, right? I mean, you got to put a receiver in. If you buy the plug and play one, you got to buy a receiver. Now someone like me that's flying free sky and the receivers are pretty damn cheap, it's a win. But if you're going to put a Spectrum receiver in it, you're fucked. You might as well buy the bind and fly. It's way cheaper. So and now that they're offering it with the smart technology, and they're still only like 30 on what you're looking at. Yeah, it's a screaming good deal. Ugh. So I'm getting the circle of death again. Are you guys getting the circle of death? Yeah, I got a red light again. Now it's yellow, red, yellow, red, yellow, green. There we go. Red. I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know what the hell this stupid thing is screwing up. I don't know why it's screwing up. Okay, we're back green. Okay, yeah, circle of death quit. Okay. Yeah, Juno, I can't wait either. Dana, there's 100 ways to do that. With all the different chips out there, they could easily use a different chipset and reroute, to work with that chip and make it work and be, for a electronic engineer like that, be nothing. And you know, it'd be a little R&D, and then spending a little more money at the beginning to get everything set up, and then you're good to go from then on. So why not do it? You sold a shitload of these radios. And where did you buy your radio? Did you tell me? I didn't see it. Where'd you get your Radio Master? Well, if you don't mind crashing it, Tim, then absolutely put an AR-620 in it. I wouldn't put that receiver in a boat, let alone an airplane. Yeah. It's 637 or bust is what it for me. You know, if I'm buying anything, it ain't coming with a 620 in it. If it does, I'll be taking it out. Oh, you got it at Banggood. What'd you pay for it? Did you get the one with the touchscreen and the Halifax gimbals and all that? Did you get the good one? And how much did you get for? Prices of these radio. The reason I'm asking is because the price has gone all over the board. They were going so cheap at one point, and I think they're for the basic one still has the Halifax gimbals, but not all the pretty Air Marshal bling. I think they're 199 right now. I think. Right. That's what I'm saying, Dave. If they just made the circuit different, but yet it did the same thing, they wouldn't have gotten in trouble. And I'm sure they have enough money to redesign it. You know, pay somebody to design them a new receiver, to use a different chipset, so it's not identical, but will work identical, and they'll be fine. Yeah. I know why you would change the S8R firmware because of the positioning of the receiver and all that. But why would you ever have to change the X8R firmware? For what? I mean, it reads all the telemetry, it does everything. You know, what would you ever have to reprogram that for? It doesn't have any safe in it or anything, and it's you know it doesn't have a gyro in it. So what the hell are you going to reprogram it for? Yeah, Tim, but like you just said, you had one in. Didn't the Raptor go down? Didn't that crash? Right. Yeah, exactly, Dave. I never have either. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. All my shit works perfect. Why would you ever want to reflash the firmware on the receiver unless it's got a gyro, which is what the S8 are. Which no, I don't have it in here. It's in the trailer. Um, I have one S8R, and I haven't flashed it yet. It came flashed, set up for safe the way it came, which it's not supposed to. So I have a feeling this receiver was used, because it was at least flashed once, and of course it's not flashed the way I wanted it for the plane I was going to put it in, so I couldn't use it. So I was going to give it away, and then I thought, well, and then I got one of those Tyrannus Light um, radios, and it came with the programming, the Lewis script, I guess is what it is in it, so I can program an S8R, an S8R, or an S6R. Um, so I figured, okay, great, I'll use that radio to program this receiver, and put it in an airplane and just bind it to my Tyrannus and it'll be fine. It worked great. Now it's back in the receiver pile. Why? Why isn't it still in the airplane you put it in? What the hell? So you've got planes laying around with no receivers in them and a pile of receivers that aren't in airplanes? Tell me it isn't so. Oh, absolutely. I just personally I don't want to have to fart around with you know reprogramming the receiver every time I change planes or whatever. To get the gyro working the correct way. The $11 gyros I buy off of eBay work perfect, and they're simple to set up. They're super simple to set up, and they work great. So I'd much rather buy that and just plug it into any receiver than to have to keep reflashing the S8R for the next plane I put it in, kind of thing. That's just that doesn't interest me. Oh, I gotcha. So you put the X8R that you got from John in the 182 and it worked fine, and then you swapped it out for the Spectrum, so you only had to bring one transmitter. Right. You can just plug it in, channel to channel. And I couldn't believe how many people told me. I was getting all kinds of, I don't want to call it hate mail. Um, Nobody was mad at me. They just were all commenting, yeah, you'll never see that on Spectrum flying one of those. And I'm like, why not? Well, because they don't have S Bus. Well, you don't need S Bus. It's great if you have it, but you don't have to have it. There's plugs there for every channel. You could just plug it in direct like you would anyway. And a couple of guys were like, you can? I said, you bother to take the thing out of the plane and look at it? Well, no, I just saw the wire in there. I'm like, oh my God. So, yeah. RC next Tuesday. Welcome. I guess you're in. I'm guessing that's Europe. You're UN. Or RCU next Tuesday. Yeah, I guess that's what it says. RC. But that's hard to read. So it's RCU next Tuesday. Wow. Interesting name. That's original for sure. Yeah, I've used the S bus on everything I have that has a flight controller in it. You know, the two QQs, the uh, the RV8. Um, what else? My quads are used. Hey, let me ask you this, Dave. I know PPM stands for pulse width modulation, or PWM stands for pulse width modulation. What's the difference between that and S bus? I mean, is it the same thing? They're just using different words, or are they different? Are they compatible? Um, Brian, what's up? They are father son surface guys. I was thinking about it the other day, dreaming about my new hangar because the concrete's down, you know. So I'm looking at this giant slab and thinking, wow, what can I do with all of this room, you know? So I started thinking about how I'm going to line all the airplanes up on the floor just to get them out of the house, and then I thought, well, God, I've got all those RC cars I have to. And then I started thinking about how many RC cars I have. Oh my God, I think I have 100 RC cars on top of the 100 airplanes. I swear to God, I mean, I've got RC cars everywhere. You know, toy grade and, you know, professional grade. But yeah, I got a crap load of. I mean, I could put my hand on 24 RC cars right now. I mean, literally. There's a bunch sitting there, there, there. There's three up here. There's one down here. The one on the table. There's one right there. There. I mean, that's just what I can see. I know there's more in here. Like, you know, and that's just what's right here handy. I got a shitload of them in the house. I've got them wrapped up in boxes. I still have them in their real original box, like Dana. I bought this really cool one. It's still in the box. It's a Fast and Furious car, and it's the orange Hans car. I mean, that thing looks so cool in the box. I bought it. It's still sitting in the box. As a matter of fact, you can probably see it if you go watch my unboxing video of the FMS Corsair. It should be right behind my right shoulder on the dresser. You should be able to see it right there. There's going to be some stuff piled in front of it, but you should be able to see right through the crap and see it sitting there. You know, I haven't taken it out of the box. It's still new in the box. It's going to come out of the box as soon as I get the building up, because I'm going to be drifting that bitch all around the floor out there. Man, that's going to get maidened, and the floor's going to get what do they call that? Crap, I can't think of the name of the word I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, I'll be running the wheelie all over it for sure. Cause see the funny thing about this car is how it wheelies and how cool that is and everything. The bad thing about this car is if you're running it on rough surfaces, because it's only riding on 2 wheels, it flips over real easy. So if you're running it on rough surface, grass that's rough, you know, or a gravel road or whatever, it won't stay upright very long because you're only running on 2 wheels. So you know, you gotta think about that. Um, but it's still hilarious. I mean, it just flips upside down and tumbles, and a lot of times it lands. This one will probably keep landing on its wheels. I think there's a rollover antenna that goes on this thing, if I remember right. There's one in the picture here. I don't know if that's a rollover antenna or a soft antenna. I think that's a soft antenna. But the roll cage alone should almost right itself anyway. Um, and this came with, if you don't want it to wheelie, you get these 2 extra springs. These are super. See, this thing squishes pretty easy. Okay, you put these springs in it, and you won't be able to push it down. So if you can't push it down, it's not going to wheelie. I mean, it'll try, but it's going to be a lot of work to get it to wheelie, because these springs aren't going to collapse and let the weight transfer back so it'll wheelie. This is going to hold the weight off the rear wheels, and it won't wheelie as easy, if at all. So yeah, so if you don't want it to be a wheelie machine, you put those in it. The only reason I bought it is because it's a wheelie machine. I've got plenty of cars that stay on all fours and I can drive around, so not interested in that. I bought this because it's a wheelie machine. And I just can't, when I'm playing with this damn thing, I can't stop laughing. I just cannot stop laughing. It's almost as funny as the bug zapper. You know, it's just freaking hilarious to watch this thing run around. You like your antennas hard? Yeah, that's good. Does Amy too? I bet she does too, don't she? So I'm really excited about the Quattro, the Audi Quattro. Man, I'm really excited about that. That's gonna be a badass car, you know, because the suspension's made for rally, you know, off road, on road. You know, it's the perfect mix, you know. Uh, for what, Tim? To do what? What are the weights gonna do? You know, let it do a wheelie with the heavy springs. So why don't I just leave the soft springs in it? And I don't need to put the weight in it. The battery's the weight. It'll wheelie just fine. Speaking of which, oh, the battery goes in the back. Oh, that's what. Yeah, it uses the roundy. God, I don't know if I have any of those battery packs. Shit. I used to. I used to build them that way. I have a bunch of them built that way. Is my battery bag out here? Yeah, I forgot all about that. Well, I've got the. I think you gave me the battery. I've got a 1500 2-cell that's designed to go in this. So I can use that one. I was flying. You know, that battery is the same size as all the other batteries, size-wise. You know, our hard case batteries. But it weighs nothing. It feels like an empty plastic shell. Because it's only a 1500. Right? But it's in this big plastic, you know. So I use it in my RV8 to run the lights when I night fly it. Because it doesn't really add any weight, but it gives me plenty of battery to run the lights for a 12-minute flight. Plenty of battery. So so I really, and it's easy to strap that battery in because it's full length. You know, I was putting these little 3-cell packs in there, and they're, you know, the straps won't catch them right because they're too small. and you know, they got the straps spread out too wide. So yeah, so I really like that battery for the RV8 for the lights because it's easy to strap in there with a full size battery. You know, I just put them in there side by side, and just strap them together down, and it's perfect. So yeah, I really like that. Oh, if you leave the soft springs in it, Tim, it's gonna wheelie forever. I mean, it'll wheelie until you let go of the throttle. It's not coming down. It's gonna get on that you know, this wheelie bar back here, and it's just gonna stay on it until you let go of the throttle. You know, it's not gonna come down until you let go of the throttle. That's when I say it's a wheelie machine. That's why they call it Wild Willie. You know, because it's wild. That's all it does is wheelies. You know, it's what it was designed to do. That's all it does. You know, you can drive it along and just take the steering wheel and turn it back and forth and watch the wheels flop around, and it's just gonna ride on the back two wheels. So they should have put a scrub brake system in this to make it steerable while it's on the back end. You know, what's on the back two wheels. Because if they could brake the wheels independently, you could steer it, and then you could keep it up forever. Um, you know, you can make turns and everything. So now you have to put it back on the front wheels so you can turn it around, and then pop it back up again and drive it all the way back to yourself. But if it had, you know, independent braking, you could just steer it around in a wheelie and bring it back and stay in the wheelie the whole time. So no, Dana, he didn't care for your opinion on that at all. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, and I asked him, is yours a bug zapper or a bug catcher? No, it's a zapper. You know, they fly in and get stuck to paper. Okay, that didn't kill them. You know, that trapped them until they die. This kills them. You know, so I don't understand where he lost the translation there. He doesn't understand that, you know, getting a bug stuck to glue and let it sit there in the glue until it dies is the same thing as this thing electrocuting it the second it touches it. Exactly, Dave. They called it a Willys because it looks like a Willys Jeep. But why'd they call it Wild? Okay, the Wild is because all it does is wheelies. You know, that's what makes it wild. Otherwise, it'd just be a Willys Jeep, like the one that Rich has. That Amy is her name Amy too? I forget. Um, Drives around. Yeah, yeah. The wild part's the wheelies. The Willys part is it's a Willys Jeep. Yeah. So Tim wants me to drive it around with this guy driving it, but don't strap him in so that I can eject him out. Yeah, because right now, if this thing went into a wheelie, he'd just go flying right out the top. You know, and do a couple of back flips, and yeah, he'd be out of here. So yeah, yeah, I might do that. I'm seriously thinking about putting a brushless motor in it. I think that would be a lot more fun. So we'll see. It's got It's got a really nice speed control, though. It's a nice electronic speed control, which the instructions do not. Um, they gave you this little yellow paper to talk about the new speed control, because this is all set up for the old mechanical one. And it even says it on the box. You know, they don't talk about it, the new electronic speed control, because it's not supposed to be in here. That was an afterthought. I guess while they were putting it together, or maybe they got some complaints on the first batch as they sent them out. Oh no, actually they do show it in here. Right there, yeah. Well, they're calling that the receiver. It's got a big heat sink on it. Why the hell would the receiver need a heat sink? Yeah, it's got. Okay, so this is how old. Air Marshal, you'll like this. The picture in here shows the crystal with the little paper tag on it. You know, you pull it in and out with. It has the frequency on it. That's what the drawing shows. The crystals right there in the picture. Nobody else in here knows what I'm talking about, but I know you do. That's hilarious. So yeah, it's well, I don't know what they're using for a speed control, unless that's a double duty speed control and receiver. No, I don't see. Yeah, and this damn yellow sheet's all in Japanese. There's no English translation here. It's all Japanese. So that's weird. I don't know what they're describing in that. Yeah, Brian, you know of, but did you ever have a radio that used them? You know, removable crystals that you could change the frequency. And did you ever have a radio like that? I got a boatload of them around here. This one's so old they're not even removable. This has got a crystal in it, but it's fixed. You can't take the crystal out of this radio. So, yeah, it's in there somewhere. But my later old radios all have the module and the crystal and all that. And I've got a, well, I always call it a flight box, but it, you know, I've got a box that has all my extra crystals in it, and you know, car parts, servo savers, um, you know, stuff like that. Tim, I don't know. I don't remember. I never I never did the frequencies by the 2-digit number. I always did it by the frequency number. Like, I know this radio here is on uh, 72-160. And then my other radio was on my my Royal radio was on 72 um, God, I can't remember. I think it was on 610 or 72 610 or 72 960 maybe, or something like that. I know they were very similar. There's only like 1 digit difference. I think the 60 was the same, so there was something, but yeah, I don't remember the rest of it. Do you have any of the Tamiya kits laying around right now, Marshall, or did they get all lost in the fire? Well, no, not really, Dave. There's a shitload. Practically, they brought back all the old Tamiya kit cars. So if you want to build a kit again, they're available. Shit, I think they remade everything. You know, some of them even look exactly the same. This is one of the ones that doesn't look exactly the same. They changed this, not drastically, but it's different. The wheelie bar's different. They used to have two spring things back there instead of a wheel, and front bumper's different. I think the body is even different. I think the old one was a little bigger than this. I think this is downsized slightly. Um, was that a Tamiya kit? The Carmen Gia, was that a Tamiya kit? Yeah, Aerotronics was, that was new standard stuff basically. The old stuff is Heathkit, Craft like this, um, Royal. Um, I think that was pretty much the mainline ones. Um, and Craft was, you know, that was Futaba back in the day. Craft was it. If you wanted a good radio, you bought a Craft radio, and then Futaba had the market for many years. And then now all this new stuff that's coming out, all these crazy, like the Jetty and the Power Box, and then the Free Sky and the Radio Master, just amazing radios for unbelievably low prices. Well, at least the last two. The Jetty radio is not cheap, and neither is the Power Box. Yeah, the flag on this one was yellow and white, and the flag on the other one was blue and white. Those are the two frequencies I use the most often. And then I have a whole nother set of surface crystals for the surface stuff that we were racing. Here, let me wave my antenna around for you, Juno. Is that long enough? God damn. That's on the floor. It's this tall. This is a long ass damn antenna, man. I'm gonna tell you. Holy crap. Yeah, I use the Free Sky for both. I fly all my planes on Free Sky and my quads. So I'm not. I have some Spectrum stuff. It's not my favorite, but all these bind and fly planes they come out with that I have to have. Um, if they're the cheap ones, I'll keep flying them on Spectrum. But if it's an expensive one like Draco, I'm taking it off Spectrum. It's not. It's I'm not flying it on Spectrum. Yeah, exactly. It's just, and it's not just the initial buy; it's every receiver you buy after that, which is the real problem. Paying a lot of money for a transmitter, you only buy it once, so that's not that big a deal. If you want to, it's all the crap that goes with it. You want telemetry modules, receivers, whatever. That's so expensive on those other brands that you're like, holy crap. You're gonna have to take out a mortgage on your house. Can you imagine what I would have in money if the 100 airplanes I have here all had, $150 power box receivers in every one of them? And then telemetry modules to go with it that would cost another $100. you know, it'd be crazy money. You know, so yeah, that's just not a reality for me. Oh, I don't know that that's true, Dave. I don't know that they abandoned Free Sky. I bet a lot of the guys that are getting into it now are either buying probably Team Black Sheep or Radio Master, but um, I can't imagine guys. There's nothing wrong with the Free Sky, so I can't imagine them just stop using it because I didn't. And I'm not happy with what Free Sky did either, but I'm still going to keep using my product. It works perfect. So I'm not going to get rid of it. But, they've lost a lot of my business, because I bought the Radio Master and I bought 25 Radio Master receivers. So Free Sky lost all that business, you know, and, they Radio Master didn't make the telemetry modules or anything, did they? I haven't seen it. So I guess even if you were buying their receivers, you were still going to have to buy Free Sky modules to go with it. Um, All right, guys, I think I'm going to call this. It's 4 o'clock. Can you believe that? Holy crap. I was only planning to come out here for a couple of hours, not a marathon. You guys are killing me. Mike, you're back. Yeah, look, we're still here. These guys are crazy. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Yeah, where's Mickey been? I haven't seen him in a couple of shows now. He wasn't in last night's show either. Well, it's Saturday night's show. He wasn't in Pilot Ryan's show, was he? I don't think I saw him there. And he wasn't in Air Marshal's show last night, was he? Yeah, it's the same thing, Dave. I fly them all. I'm not at all prejudiced against anything. I'll if it's RC, it's for me. Period. I just love everything RC. If I had a place to run a submarine, I'd have one of those too. I would absolutely have one if I had a place to run it. You know, some of these swimming pools they have with the glass windows in the downstairs so that you can be under the water line and watch the subs running around. I think that's cool as shit. Where do I find that place? Yeah, there's plenty of those, Mike. I mean, plenty. How fast do you want to go, and how much money do you have? Those are the only two questions you need to ask, because they make it. Yeah, my latest act. Well, okay, I did buy 2 airplanes, 3 airplanes since I bought the excavator. But yeah, I bought a construction excavator. Actually, I bought 2, but one might be going back. But yeah, I bought an S, and then it's pretty cool. I mean, I didn't spend a lot of money on it. I didn't want to spend a lot of money on it. You know, it's fine for what I wanted it for. You know, I really just wanted to be able to work the controls and go, you know, move some dirt from here over to here, you know, just playing around. It wasn't looking to do any crazy shit. And you can get crazy with those things. There's some of them are over $10,000 for a toy excavator. And the reason I call it a toy excavator, even though it's got a real hydraulic system in it and could probably pick up your car if you could hold the damn thing down so it didn't flip over, you know, the excavator still only has a bucket that's this big. Okay, so how much dirt are you going to move on a job site with a bucket that's this big? You know, it's you know, it's a toy. You know, it's not usable, even though it's got everything it needs to be usable. It's just, you're not going to go dig a construction site with an excavator that has a bucket that's this big. So you know, it's just not practical. But cool. I'm telling you, man, super, super cool. So, it only hurts for the first minute or two. I can run a submarine in my butthole? Well, yeah, I guess. But I have to, for it to do any good, I'd have to put the prop out of balance. Otherwise, it'd be kind of pointless. Yeah, yeah, Mike. They're crazy. I mean, they're so goddamn real. It's crazy. But they're still only this big, or well even this big. But they're not. You're not climbing inside of it and going digging holes for a swimming pool. It's it's not gonna happen. It's it's still a toy. Awesome, super scale, crazy ass toy, but it's still a toy. They're both in the house. You enjoy some bad cock? Okay. Good night. We'll see you, Dave. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here too, guys. It's Christ. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not really tired, but I just want to go sit down and relax. My butt hurts. This bar stool is not made for 4 hours of sitting. I'm gonna tell you, 5 hours. I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been here 5 hours. Yeah, it's just not made for this. It's not very comfortable. My butt hurts. I have to keep getting off of it to give my butt a rest. Oh, so yeah, I keep telling you guys, nobody listens to me. I don't know. I guess it's just I'm not credible. I don't know why. But I keep telling you guys to balance your props, fly your planes to the ground, and nobody's listening. Oh well. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Dave. I'm glad the balancing the prop impressed you, because it's why I balance every one of mine. You get longer flight times because you're not overamping the motor. And when I say overamping, I mean you're not using more amps than you need to use. An out of balance prop is going to make the motor work harder, so you're going to get shorter flight times. So you guys wonder how I'm getting 12 minutes with an Avanti. Well, that's not necessarily the prop. Although I have had to balance a couple of my EDFs, but most of the time I don't have to do that. But yeah, same thing. You balance the props, and it's quieter, it's smoother. The airframe doesn't take a beating. The battery lasts longer. Everything. It's just everything's better. Everything's better when it's balanced. I especially liked Nate's reaction when he heard my F7F go by, and it was just the wind whistling. So he went home and balanced his props. Had the same reaction you just had. Wow, what a difference. So, that's funny, guys. I love you. Oh, you were just in a hurry with that one? Okay. Yeah. Ryan says he's never balanced a prop. Even the people he works for Horizon have videos out to tell you, make sure you balance your props. Even if it came already on the plane, take it off and balance it. That Ryan profusely says, I've never balanced my props, and they've always served me well. Okay. Your bosses, for lack of a better word, disagree with you, but whatever. Oh yeah, I balance all of them. 3 blade, 4 blade, 5 blade. It don't matter. I balance everything. I've balanced a 12 blade EDF before. If it was vibrating, I balanced it. So I think the ones that came in the 262, I had to balance. and then I took them out because I didn't like the 5-blade. Yeah, that's right. That came with a 5-blade. I put a 12-blade in it. You know what's funny about that too, Dave? The HSD, the 1400 182, is the same way. That plane is whisper quiet. You know, the 1400 182. And it's identical to the big one. It looks exactly same paint scheme, same end number. It's identical to the big one, just smaller. And it's just as quiet. It's absolutely a whisper quiet. You know, so that's interesting. You know that you know even they look alike and they even sound alike. They're just amazing that worked out like that. All right, Mike. Have a good night, and all the rest of you guys. Hey, thanks for coming. Have a good night, all of ya. I'm gonna bug out. I will catch you guys probably tomorrow night or the next night in somebody's show. And if I get the calling again from somebody, I'll be back on here. You know, I'm on request. I mean, I have my Thursday night show, but I'm on request every other night. If somebody can't make it, I'll do my best, you know, to be here for you guys. So, all right. So take care. Have a good night. Thanks for coming, and I am out. Oh, so now you're gonna do this. That's lovely. Thank you so much. I love it when you do this. Instead of me being able to put the mouse up in the corner to click it, it's just making the screen blow up off the screen because I can't get it. Oh, Jesus. Stupid ass damn thing. Yeah, so the screen's at 500% now. That's way too big. There we go.